god. It doesn't start till like 30 minutes later.
Young men, Candace, your position. Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women.
You say that, but Candace Owens has been saying some weird shit.
Towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things. We got a lot of respect for him. The second audience
we love him. We
folks out there,
hold a lot of respect for him. Then why do you keep dragging his name
something like this
through
to
the fucking
take
mud?
place? And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it.
Why do you guys
you have the ability to say I agree, I disagree, comment to all the stuff that you're doing online, and if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to him, the Candace Show,
it was a good
Crucible.
thing that he
I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you.
By the way, it's never a good thing that people die.
My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time it'll be you guys speaking. The audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
Was there really a whole need for the synopsis? Why couldn't you just let them fucking start duking
I think that's
it
what
out?
most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Okay, I don't know why
you
you
already
need
know a
to
lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died.
I'm just going to download it
may have
because
killed him, what
this
nations
whole
were
fucking
involved,
thing is stupid.
And was our own government one of them?
Right, all these people
Because
made money off
this was
of
the
it.
first
Like, it doesn't
nationwide
fucking
traumatic
matter.
event in Gen Z's lifetime. The demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No,
even with all the doctor photos, right? It's like, dude,
no, he didn't come to
his ideology was
Candace Owens
purely a leftist ideology.
In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie
one.
Kirk to security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the Candace PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, And so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson is overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean, that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation, unverified claims, and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience.
I just want to speak to the audience.
People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie. And
right, she only cares about what her audience thinks.
That makes sense regarding
she does not care what the other people think.
This is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the
everybody on YouTube is trying to, right, even Twitch. Anybody who's streaming is trying to generate
what's
fucking
been the most
clicks.
disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense.
Anybody who's on social media is trying to generate clicks.
That I've been running the podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes, like I'm Miss Cleo, and that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think that I think that diminishes you as an argument.
Well,
obviously,
I mean, but you did.
A lot of evidence.
You did.
Just presented a text message.
But you said you had a dream, and
you're talking about how
it came to me. You're the one who said it. What are you
one of the first things we saw was this
talking
push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk. Nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen immediately after, then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that. Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie,
by the way, this has
starting to ask
why are they talking to all these other people and it doesn't
our relationship
have anything
Israel,
to do with
we wouldn't be here today.
Tyler Robinson?
But it has been
coming
lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling.
I had a dream that he was betrayed by his own organization.
And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one.
Basically, he's blaming his close friends
that they
for
demand
his
further
death.
answers. They're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss.
Well, what do you mean? You have been taking cheap shots. What are you talking about?
Because
everyone's been taking cheap
I have been
shots.
demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place. Maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%?
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm
wow,
at 0%.
So
0%.
not only, that
well, I
maybe
mean, she
somebody
just
was
doesn't
behind him
believe
as a
any
patsy
of the
influencer,
evidence.
You're not even saying that he didn't
That's
even
why
shoot Charlie
she
Kirk.
said
Right.
that.
If you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Oh, is this it?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a.
Oh yeah, we got it.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations. But I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We got this.
So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently,
if he had a Superman neck, it would have deflected
steel cages and shot as they went through. So
like what?
Under no
that,
circumstance will
I mean, you
So
clearly
there's not a
see he gets shot.
Definitely
He got
not.
shot.
30-06
you are
from Losi,
open.
150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
Maybe a smaller
Caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant. I've seen the receipts. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Penguin, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to.
So you didn't get a copy of the receipt.
What you think is evidence?
So you didn't hold. So you didn't keep track of any of the information.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah.
So whether then starting with,
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah, we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core locks absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition,
by the way, projectiles do weird shit when you start firing it at high speeds.
Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around,
like tumble and shit like that.
This thing could have slid apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical
where
examiner
the impact could be
summary.
bigger than usual.
My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
You never know.
So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him. Near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right?
Yeah, and it has all of his
if you think somebody
prints
set up
on
as a patsy,
it, right?
you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could
Okay,
walk
what
out
about
in
the
woods near a crime scene.
DNA and shit they found on the rooftop and all that?
So you I think have said in a platform that you were a gunsmith.
So you're saying that those DNA trails are not
You also
real?
said that you were an Army sniper?
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gunshop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand at the coroner
basically
that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Drill sergeants
and then when we had the person who, and this was
I honestly don't give a fuck.
who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with the point.
I think they're all fucking
You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints, and among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces
if you sneeze,
items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Bacteria,
so let's get into all 3 of the claims
micro,
first with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out.
I'm a human.
Okay, that you think there could be debris? Debris and dust. Yeah. He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle,
basically anything you shed off of your body,
but I'm not even sure that that's what the case is.
Touch,
it's far more likely that you fire
there's going to be some DNA
out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle.
Even people with dandruff,
dust.
Right? That's DNA right there.
And the prints.
Yeah, so the prints we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, first let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second.
Well, I mean, it's probably the most degraded because you got other prominent prints that have been using the gun more.
Okay, so now it's granted. So what?
Right, there's a bunch of oils already on the fucking gun.
It proves that
and
if
his oils didn't fully incorporate
you're going to have to explain
gun.
how that's possible if he's the one that
Whereas,
fired the weapon.
Other people who have used the rifle have more.
You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
That's how you explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Wait a second. How would a gunsmith do an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I've worked in a
DNA
laboratory?
So your answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know. You don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So say I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that, Candace. I think that what it
determined on the
is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3.
Please listen to me while I'm talking. Woman talking right now.
As someone who had prints
on
the
the
gun,
gun, and listen to me. I'm talking right now.
That they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant.
Because you got a lot of fucking DNA on that
most
shit.
Degraded, and you're saying
not
he's
even
the shooter,
his.
it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove
By the way,
about him being a patsy.
Wasn't that rifle he used owned by his father? And then his father fucking gave him the rifle at one point. Right, it was passed down. So obviously his DNA is going to be the least on it if he barely uses it, right? Whereas all the DNA is from people who had it prior. So, yeah.
To support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into.
Also, Tyler Robinson has gone.
That these fingerprints were his twigs, or that he had any DNA?
Discord messages proves he was
Robinson,
there.
It could be Amber Robinson.
Right.
That sort of
all the
all
the Discord messages he had with the
yes, because if his is the most degraded prints, and the
not only that, but his father,
this gun was given to
Tyler Robinson's father, even
conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twigs family. Both
like
of them.
That's like
we're not just dreaming.
I don't know, man. The evidence is already stacked against
that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was, and so he got it because he's the firstborn. So,
now they talk about it. Why didn't you? Why were you all like, oh my? Why didn't you just say it in the beginning instead of dragging? Right, this is the issue with these people. Right, they drag out this fucking bullshit when it doesn't need to be dragged out. It's like, can you just get to the fucking point and stop dragging it out, please? You guys are here for an actual debate, and no, you're just here to gain your fucking money, right?
But he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be...
How do we get to the Patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence, so how could we get to the Patsy part?
Okay, I'll wait patiently till we get to
so that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon, and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, they're...
So you're saying a third party who knew Tyler Robinson went and did the act themselves and framed Tyler Robinson somehow. Even though there's evidence overwhelming that he was going to that fucking place and doing the job. You know, with the Discord messages and his father talking about it. So, yeah.
There's more presence of somebody else's prints.
Right, this point falls apart when you bring in the other circumstantial evidence, right? So it's like, well, they're not there yet, but it's like, dude, why are we playing this fucking footsie game when when you know all the fucking evidence is out there? Like, why are you right? Why are you why are you miscommunicating what kind of evidence was found, right? Oh no, this evidence is not real because the government is handling it or the FBI is handling it. Okay, sure. Yeah, okay. Sometimes the FBI and police force fuck up because they're retarded sometimes. Okay, but that's not every time, okay?
And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places. But it also could
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture. No, this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun?
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson,
by the way,
that took the shot, is based.
Her evidence is hearsay, right? She got this right. Her evidence came from someone else, right? Someone, right, observing. Right, these court trials and fucking or the court hearings and listening to the news coverage on the shooting. I mean, that's all hearsay. You're not the one. You are not the first person on site to be right. You're a fucking third party who's looking from the outside. Get the fuck out of here.
Off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy behavior.
That's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to, and what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing.
Your information's hearsay. Is not your information hearsay as well? Like what? Like what the fuck? See, this is why I can't take these people seriously. Because, right, they're misusing terms. And trying to act like they're not a part of it either. Yeah, let me change.
Yourself understand what that means is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just appropriate hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no. This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
Fact check. If
Yes,
all the
well, we
evidence
need more
was
than a
put
fact
in,
check. This was every single day.
The truth of the
Utah
matter is
Rule
actually saying they
1102.
want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up. So we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says, the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C2-7 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed
so it did hit the spinal cord.
Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral,
hit the jugular, and then hit the
pulmonary,
spine. Yeah,
apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination said he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up.
That's probably why the bullet didn't fucking penetrate all the way through.
We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah Rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can
there may be a little bit of
but your entire reason, you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler
Robinson.
Robinson.
That.
Yes, you did. This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was saying the overwhelming majority.
By the way, this is how all investigations go. Right. They have to bring in circumstantial evidence, whether it's small or big, or whether it's not there or not. Right? They have to look at everything. So her saying all this shit doesn't fucking mean anything, especially when it comes to like law enforcement shit.
I mean, outside of the one that you don't want to give, please don't cut me off. Outside of that is what's in dispute.
In a sense,
your entire
police
brand
investigators have
you don't have evidence,
look at every angle,
falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate,
especially when it
more
comes
than
to
an hour debate before we sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this, so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance.
That's why the this is why it's called the preliminary hearing, because they want to know if all the evidence they have is actual evidence that they can use. And then they start going through the evidence to see if it's is actually able to be used or tossed. But
the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me.
What? He never said that. He's just saying your inference of the evidence just seems so far out of fucking left field. Like, it doesn't make sense, right? He's just saying, look, all he's saying is your evidence does not make sense. Your conjectures, your fucking opinion on it makes zero sense with all the physical evidence out there right now.
Say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the great
argument
inference, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and
saying
then infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
literally
you.
making stuff
Yeah, I don't know how Tyler became. I don't know where this patsy thing came. What the fuck? Wow, they call Candace Owens alt-right media figure. Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, so she's on the premise that somehow Tyler Robinson's a scapegoat for the government, even though that there's fucking like Discord messages of him being fucking weird already. Writers at outlets like Lou Rockwell, Activist Post, and SGT Report have published articles titled Tyler Robinson, Just Another Patsy, arguing that evidence against him, such as grainy video and text messages, is fabricated or coerced. By the way, I mean, so, okay, so you're saying what, okay. How are the text messages fabricated if you're gonna get the cell phone data? Or get Discord messages from fucking, the Discord company. To fucking subpoena them. To get information. Specific proponents of this theory cite discrepancies in the timeline, the authenticity of text messages sent to his roommate Lance Twiggs and the sudden surrender of Robbins. Oh, by the way, why don't we talk about how the fact that the roommate vanished out of fucking thin air after the whole thing went fucking down. Right. That's a little. And the sudden surrender of Robinson after a family friend, a retired detective, allegedly pressured him to turn. That's what it was. Family friend. Counter narrative. Also, by the way, he talked to people that he did, right? He talked to like what, 2 or 3 people that he did the thing too, right? He talked to the retired detective, and then he talked to his roommate and said, "Yeah, I did the thing." Counter narrative, mainstream investigations, and prosecutors maintain that Robinson acted alone. So, are you saying that Lance Twiggs is a patsy too? Who was used by the government? Citing DNA evidence. Also, we didn't even know who these people were until shit hit the fan. So how is the government gonna be entangled in this? If the government was entangled in this, these people would have been Tyler Robinson would have been shown more like fucking ads or some fucking bullshit. How did that happen? Citing DNA evidence found on the rifle at his own admissions on Discord. Yeah, and to law enforcement. FBI and Utah County Attorney's Office have rejected conspiracy theories, saying that every lead was followed and no other individuals. There you go. But yeah, that was the counter narrative. I mean, from what his Discord messages, that he fucking planned it out himself and did the job himself.
I'm saying, I think let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. Okay. I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what 1102
so this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like.
He didn't say that. He's just wondering how your extrapolation led to, you saying that he was a patsy. That's all he's trying to say. But you're not giving him any fucking evidence. Yeah.
Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can
your
I show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
he is using to
argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not facts.
We're
So what they
just-
are inferring off of the facts.
By the way, all
again,
cases-
we're gonna take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car.
She's not showing her evidence. She's just being like, but you did this, and I'm not gonna fucking do it. What the fuck?
He drives a similar car. Okay, they are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay, it is plausible.
Again, this has nothing to do with the government. This has everything to do with the family and the people who are passing around that fucking gun. Right? Right. It has nothing to do with the government, okay? This has everything to do with whoever was in handling of that gun. And it was his family. And then his part of his, some of his family members passed it down to him. So this has nothing to do with the government.
That somebody.
So I don't know why she keeps trying to bring in the government into something that the government didn't do. It's like what?
Let him put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's
this is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're
explanations,
inferring.
then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
Oh,
But
I thought that was the whole defense.
Yeah, but you're spewing it out like it's truth, though. You keep talking about it. Keep saying it. He was a patsy. He was a patsy.
Though your whole claim
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he has set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I'm using the exact.
Okay, but you said there's evidence that he was set up. I don't see any evidence that he was set up. I see evidence that he did it himself. Hey, what?
Exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom,
Yeah.
right? To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that.
No,
looked like
I'm
his
just
car
going
from the
off
driveway.
Tyler
A blurry image.
Robinson's
No, I
own
didn't.
mouth.
Standard white guy coming
He's
up
the
the
one
steps
who
that could
fucking said
literally
it
be anyone.
himself.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I
the
didn't say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't say
compelling
it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most, I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow, what a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea that
their
on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. I mean, why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's absurd
I
thing
don't.
to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same
I'm not
people
sure in
because they're
context-
both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find
Yes.
his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-6. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
the tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No, I
Did you
don't
delete
delete
tweets? Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspelled.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even pull
Patrick,
your own
did I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting? Just say you're wrong. It's cool to say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect.
See,
here. It's really funny.
they just
It's not
add in a
exhaustive,
bunch
it's
of
funny.
bullshit to try and
On top
like
of it, well, no, you didn't.
derail
You
the
said that I
fucking
only said this one
conversation.
thing.
This is why I fucking hate
You
these
didn't mention
debates.
that I mentioned the screwdriver,
To
DNA,
fucking-
all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back to
that. I just
this.
said you tweeted this. You said, no, I didn't. We got a fact check. And now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did
There's
say this.
zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not
debate
what you
claim.
said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I'm actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you thought was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was exhaustive.
Go
Even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating.
Well, I
is that
mean,
you
I
permit
got to
yourself
my
do it, and
conclusion
then you say,
because
when I do
Tyler
it, it's a
Robinson
conspiracy,
said
right?
it from his mouth.
How are you able to infer off the blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case,
Also
what you do is you
the
take that
people
evidence, you
around
combine it
him
with
who
other
said
evidence.
some
So it's
shit.
not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because
I'm
you make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call that
literally what I'm
conspiracy.
So
trying to say.
basically, they're
So
talking
if
about
you're asking for my information-
right. They're talking about the image where you see a person walking up the staircase, kind of like limping a little bit, right? They're talking about that person. Let's see if I can pull it up. If I can pull this up. Yeah, right here. This video, yeah. They're talking about this footage, right, or this photo. I mean, it does kind of look like him. That kind of looks like his stature, if you think about it. It kind of looks like him. This was the AI photo, as you can tell, because it's enhanced and shit. That almost looks like the same backpack too. Oh, maybe he changed it, right? Because he left, right? He left and then came back. So he might have changed his backpack and stuff. But yeah, it looks like he's wearing the same shoes too. and they were seen going down the same path, right, same street. But yeah, that was the photo they're talking about. This one right here. But then I think I think they're pulling up the doctored image, right? The AI images of what people have made, just to try and get a better enhanced footage. But yeah, never do that, by the way. It doesn't help, because the AI isn't going to do it properly. Because it's new. It's literally new information that the AI has no fucking no information on. Right, it happened the day of.
Because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing, but it was close.
Yeah,
I think
by the way, Twigs himself said that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences.
I mean, you had a dream, apparently. I don't know why you're talking like he had a dream. Why the fuck are you saying that? Are you trying to take a jab at yourself? I don't understand. Alright, I'll be right back. I need a piss. Okay, sorry. Do we go back to this shit fest? We still got like more than 2 hours apparently.
The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing. That they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading. So they would just
these people have said themselves.
And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that.
They think he did it because he said he did.
It happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's Skyler, not, I think he said much more than that.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that.
Well, I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages
saying
it's not hearsay.
She keeps making shit up. See, this is why Candace Owens has problems. It's because she makes shit up about people. And it's like, yeah, they're gonna fucking talk shit about you because you're fucking lying. That's not what these people said.
There you go.
Wait, what are we saying? It's not hearsay.
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it.
Right. By the way, you talk shit and then you call right, and then you call these people like fucking shills or grifters or some shit. It's like, are you not the fucking same thing? When you're attacking fucking Charlie Kirk when he's already fucking dead, and you're attacking all of his friends and family, you were a part of that group at one point, but no, you decided to fucking turn coat, did you not?
Hang on. Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's
testimony.
You
decided to turn coat because he ended up dying, and you didn't like that very much.
And is offered to rebut express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure. Yeah, would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so
you didn't say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, and that's I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
scientific.
Sounds
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that. Okay. What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes, it was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that at all. How many times did you watch the preliminary hearing? It's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage. But I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing. And all of those things are not going to be allowed.
By the way, this goes into all preliminary hearings. hearings.
There's a reason why they swear you in. And
even
they say, you
when
swear without the
people
truth, the whole truth.
murder
Did you,
people,
you know,
These
write
things
this
are not
statement?
they go through
So
this
it's the
preliminary
overwhelming
hearing
majority
stuff.
of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other
Right,
people's
they even
statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it
even
came from. All about this
question the
stage,
fact
but it's hearsay.
that did
So
this
Even a lot of that
person
stuff may
actually
not fall
do
under
the
hearsay
murder.
under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about,
By
like
the way,
when you're just
right,
when
the
you say-
court system attacks every angle. They have to, especially when they're fucking justice system.
we're going off vibes. You don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just
Well,
means
why
that
do you think you have police officers target the wrong, target the victim sometimes when, right? Why do you have police officers target the victim sometimes and pressure them so hard to get answers?
There another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy.
these aren't
to
the
me.
evidences that I find the most
Like,
convincing.
whenever
you
these
said that in your
investigations
Twitter.
happen, everyone's
That's not the only
getting
thing I've ever said on
questioned.
my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked to me was
Severely.
pretty direct,
Yeah.
right? What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all
Because
the
they
things
need
that
to
I
make
found
sure
to
that
tweet.
tweet. You can tweet
right,
longer
they're
too. It's
doing
not like
their
we're limited now
fucking
to
job
250
correctly,
characters.
and they're not going to
anything
fucking
that I
ruin
tweet
someone's life.
and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded
Then
because
again,
I used the word
I
overwhelming
mean,
in this one.
Well, they
Even though
government
all
doesn't
of this
care who
information
they
I've said so
ruin
publicly
sometimes,
over and over
right?
and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, is there something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me
Yes,
answer that question.
yes,
okay,
that's what I was saying,
go
yes.
ahead, go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
So we do this. Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in
let's
the
end
middle
it
of it.
on
So
what you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages,
Want to do an ad break? Oh, gee.
all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
This
we
is
can
why I
discuss the
don't.
text message
This is
confessions
why I
when, we
hate
get
fucking
back if you'd like
debates
to.
because it turns
That's a good
into
idea.
just money.
Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called.
function and luxury. We had the choice to make
No,
it
thank
fast.
you. Please
We had the choice
stop.
to make it cheap. We chose neither.
Please, I don't like
Instead,
this.
We chose Tuscaloosa's patience.
I don't
and
like this. I don't
rather-
care. I don't care about your ads. I'm sorry. I don't care about Logan Paul. He can
That's
eat a
associated.
dick. He can
CDC
crawl
says
in a
the
hole
illness
and
is
die
caused by
and
cyclospora,
never fucking
a
return.
microscopic
Don't
parasite
care.
in the United States deaths associated with contaminated fresh produce. The CDC says the illness may cram
Oh
caloric
god.
deficiency to help
No,
reduce
don't care. Just don't. Yeah. What the fuck happened?
Father came to you.
on their click back. Fantastic.
Ugh.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic.
There we go.
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now.
Damn.
You'd like to see that 300, 400,000
Getting
number
fucking
on there. Click that
mobbed,
button as
huh?
well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family.
Yeah,
And if you're
everybody's
on
watching
PBD podcast,
Candace.
do the same there as well. This allows us to have more
The
conversations.
Y
like
moms
this. The
are
mainstream
watching
media
Candace
hates
Owens
the fact
already.
that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we have nomination stuff in about 30 minutes. Having said that,
That sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation.
Well, they're trying to slash out any evidence they can.
What the defense did do was actually,
that's what they're there for.
We got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially
trying to make sure that they can put their
asked for an extension.
client
reading through those filings of why they
in
were
the most beneficial position so that he doesn't get
fucking
fucking tried for murder.
Because they did not receive discovery on their text messages.
Yeah, they're gonna attack every evidence,
right?
in a sense.
So forget just the general sense that
right.
these messages feel off, and yes, you are allowed to have an
they're
intuition,
gonna
you are allowed to have
contend
a
or
sense, and
fight
just go,
every
this is very
evidence
weird. We're
they
being told this
think
kid had like
is,
above a 4.0,
bullshit.
Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
but do you see
fascist.
how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me
aside,
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this. Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition,
not
I'm
just
actually
that,
getting a
but
different
it
message.
was basically haphazardly made. Right? It was made too quickly. Right? Usually, if you're trying to make a vaccine for a pandemic, right, it's going to take a while. Right, because you need to go through certain trials and make sure that it's not going to fucking kill someone, right? But no matter what you do, it obviously will, because, right, you're injecting people with a small strain of the fucking symptom, right? And hopefully your antibodies will fight it off and you'll gain an immunity to it. But then there's also that, right, off chance you're not going to be able to gain an immunity from it because you get sick from it. But even if you do get sick from it, right, maybe you'll build up an immunity after that, but, right, you have to go through the fucking pains of getting sick. Is an issue, right? Nobody wants to go through the pains of getting sick.
You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element.
Yeah, you had a lot. Yeah, that was the other thing. Yeah, you had a lot of fucking celebrities come out and be like, "Yo, you should get the jab." It's like, Jesus Christ.
Influencers saying things, it's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling. I think this should go. I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think FedSlop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was,
this is right. That's
overwhelming at all.
Just internet
Nobody
lingo
came in
people
medium,
have used
right? No
for
one
a
came in
while,
like
so
there were
yeah,
some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away, and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, just a general intuition. Sometimes might be text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense.
Man, she's talking way too
saying
fast.
we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you
this
took
person loves
Lance's
talking
phone,
fast and not people
and that you collected his phone on
interject.
September 11th, and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of the discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages.
Why does the public have any say in this? This has nothing to do with the public. What are you talking about? So you're saying public sway has some... That seems kind of weird. That public sway has some kind of... has some kind of sentiment to the court system, and the court system hears the public. What? The court system is not supposed to be used for that. The court system is solely based on those two parties. It has nothing to do with the outside public.
I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone, and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages.
By the way, why would you have your significant other log into your
then the
profile?
idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written
people who commit fucking heinous acts.
I'm in the surveillance footage, and I'm here, and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but
enjoy
it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes.
Nobody wants to watch your fucking show, Candace.
Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him
well,
into
at least the wine moms
safe
watch
house
your
they
show.
paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk.
By the way, she always brings that up. If you watch my show.
Into a federal safe house.
No one cares
what
about
happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe going to
sound like a fucking lunatic dumb bitch.
And
she's just talking out of her ass just to get money.
Right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source.
Yeah.
From the Robinson family, apparently.
So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
You find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
Yeah, you're not a. By the way, she keeps doing what lawyers do. She's not a fucking lawyer, by the way. She's not a lawyer.
You're giving us a cool
She's
story.
some fucking internet personality that likes to cause
the parents
some
haven't
rifts.
recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
What is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said it as the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was in the. It could have been in the charging documents, but I do. We can pull them up.
No,
and yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone,
Matt Robinson did not turn his son in. He turned, right? Wasn't it that he was talked to turning himself in, and then he turned himself in, right? By the sheriff, or by the retired agent or whatever, or officer or whatever. And then he might have talking to his dad or some shit. He did talk to his boyfriend at the time. So it's basically all those three people, right?
It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though.
What do you mean it's probative? All those three people said the same thing, right? Conveyed the same story that Tyler Robinson did, right? They all four of those people conveyed the same story.
Interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But
well, obviously they're not going to fucking believe that.
The crucial person who was brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone
and it just
happened.
How the fuck are they going to believe that? Like what?
So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document.
Let's use our brains.
Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't the negates the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents. you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point is
exactly. Why wouldn't just people correct the misinformation? It'd be so easy to, right? But people are choosing not to, right? Maybe because there's no misinformation. Maybe because the information as it is what it is. He fucking did the thing. And there's 3 people talking about it who are personally inclined to know who Tyler Robinson is. Because he talked to them. Hearing.
If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him
in. I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station.
I don't know where this narrative came from.
Who was present there and gave a press conference.
I just know the fact that
Mike Mitchell
some of the family members
peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, and he said,
some of the family,
they know it's you, and you're going to come in
personal members,
or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover.
Some of his family and some of the people he knew around him.
It's very hard to find anything
that he talked to, found out because he talked to them.
20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did.
I don't think he did.
Your quote.
Let me see. Did Andrew? She's really stuck on this. Did Andrew Wilson say the parents brought in Tyler Robinson? Okay, let's see. So she's just making, as usual, making up shit that he didn't say. And I mean, to be fair, right? He's been pretty much on point with everything she's said, right? All the weird shit.
The parents, as having said, you said.
I mean,
that Matt Robinson.
There's obviously more weird shit she has said, and
confronted him about.
Confronted him.
Hasn't talked about it.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
2 things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay,
run
which
Kathy to
one
go
would you wanna
back, and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery
think
messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it
By
was
the way,
case that they weren't able to actually?
By the way, discovery always comes through trial. It never comes through preliminary hearing. Preliminary hearing, they're only seeing if they have evidence enough to bring something to trial. That's all that's there for. Right? They want to make sure that they have something for trial, because if they don't have anything for trial, then it's just bullshit, right? It's bullshit and a waste of money. Right? And then you're taking the taxpayers' money to fuel this bullshit. So yeah, they kind of have to make sure that they're fucking doing their jobs correctly.
Messages. Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the.
They just
let's
could
get
be
to the
somebody
parents.
else.
Okay, by the way, you can easily find that out by checking cell phone data and internet data, by seeing what time these people logged in or some shit like that, right? But you would also have to go through the companies to figure out all that information. So you're gonna have to subpoena them to get information.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying, I believe what you're talking about
Right,
was
they're
derived
talking
from the
about the
charging doc, which was
timeline.
signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's
here?
mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife
this
showed
is
him the
the
surveillance
charging
image of the
doc,
suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to
By
in
the
this
way,
preliminary
all
trial.
of them, by the way, they get a choice. They can either write a statement or not. It would be better if they write a statement because they have a written statement. But, they can just tell the cop, I don't want, usually they don't want to write a statement because they don't want to be tied to it, or they don't know.
He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I
Yeah,
have a source, so I want to be very clear.
Oh, but my sources, I made it the fuck up. But my sources told me to do this. My sources told me to do this. Just trust me, bro. My sources.
And take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my
that's
advice,
your
there's
fault.
so many things I want to respond to.
That's your fault, by the way. You shouldn't have been saying all that crazy shit when when that shit happened. Especially when fighting with a high-profile person. Like, why would you say those things? You know those high-profile people are gonna fuck with you now, right?
Or speaking about...
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that if you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
So
what about whistleblowers? Don't whistleblowers take the risk? Like, what are you talking about? Whistleblowers come out from time to time to fucking take the risk. Why won't these people take the risk for Tyler Robinson is the question. Right? If he was truly not the one who did it, why not take the risk? I mean, it's not going to hurt you, right? I mean, you're some fucking right. You're some fucking nobody. You're not. You don't have an internet personality. Other than you might be right. You might be fucking questioned by your community. But other than that, why? Right? You could easily debunk these things if you choose to, but you don't, which is strange. Right? Maybe because you can't debunk it, huh?
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous.
Correct.
There's no possible. That never."
And this happens all the time, right? Right. You see it all the time on the news sometimes. No, that's bullshit. My kid wouldn't be. My kid isn't that type of person. This is who he is. Blah 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 blah. Right. You see it all the fucking time.
Happened. These people are lying
exactly.
to their teeth.
And why are you not seeing it here? You wonder.
They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's
right. You would right. In every instance that there's some shit where that happens to their kids, right? Some of the family members or some of the people that personally know the person come out and say, "Yeah, I personally knew him, or knew them. I didn't think he was that type of person." Blah blah blah. He was a real good person when he was around me. Never did nothing wrong. Blah blah blah. Right.
for you and your wife, but when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part, he's saying,
by the way, she's still on the assumption that since these people did not make a formal statement in writing, that it's not true at all. It's just like, dude, what? The police, when investigating, the police give them the choice, right? They're not trying to lock them into some fucking thing they don't want to do. Whether they choose to make a statement or not, that's solely up on the person who is personally in the investigation. Right? This has nothing to do with the outside public. This has everything to do with only the two parties who are in the court battle.
The statements of
any public sentiment is already a shit show. If you're taking in public sentiment for these court trials, you're fucked in the head.
I will say this:
you're absolutely fucked in the head.
If the state
that's not how the court system should work.
100% certainty,
and it's very shady
that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it.
Kind of works.
A 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence, and I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're no. They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything.
There were.
So basically, she's saying that this information that was put out on paper wasn't officially in the preliminary hearing for some reason. Basically, they made this document after the fact, I guess. Right? I mean, it's still an ongoing investigation, right? It still hasn't gone to trial yet, technically, right? Right? I mean, it will be going to trial, right? Technically going to trial. Oh, okay, no final decision has been made yet. So yeah, there's still right. There's still an investigation going on, right? I mean, dude, right. This is gonna be a fucking like a right. You're looking at multiple years before they actually go into trial, probably. Right. We're already almost into We're almost at the end of year 1. Right. We're just about to hit year 1, and then they probably got like another year, maybe 2, to actually make it go to trial. Because they're still fucking getting evidence. They're still making sure that the evidence is what it is.
Responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like, if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
It's
that
not disagreement.
I think that they not only...
Yeah, no, I disagree with her too. Right? Because it's that... Right, the preliminary hearings are to air out any issues at that point in time to make sure either it goes to trial or stays out of trial, right? That is what the whole preliminary hearing is. Are you going to go to trial or not? You have enough evidence to go to trial or not? Alright? And you, air out any fucking thing. Because that is the time. I mean, obviously, they probably have, like, a docket to go through. And, there's a small time frame. Because they got other fucking cases to look at. But yeah, you got time. They give you the time. Why didn't you air it out then?
They could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's
you would
exactly when you would
do it at the
So
preliminary
in the
hearing.
document that they filed
Because
yesterday,
why would you take that into if that was the case, why would you take that into trial? Because you have a bunch of evidence that's not supposed to be there, right? You have a bunch of fake evidence that shouldn't be there, right? You have a conspiracy evidence that shouldn't be there. You have bullshit evidence that shouldn't be there.
a couple of days ago.
Right, all the
Like,
evidence
what you're doing
should be coming
at
out
this
through
stage
the
of the
trial,
hearing is the
right? The
state is
discovery
saying, we
of
have enough
evidence through
evidence
trial.
Yep.
that we think this needs to go
Whereas-
to trial. Hence the reason
right,
that there's this extraordinary
The preliminary
hearsay.
hearings
Doesn't
are
really
to
need be
figure
perfect.
out
It can be
if
enough
this
that we
is
can move
even
forward, right?
if this even
And,
stands
okay, I disagree with that
the
in general when someone's rotting in
scrutiny
prison, but whatever.
of going to
The
trial.
next phase is for them to meet in court.
And if
for
that,
the defense
if
to
it does,
essentially
if the
present an
evidence
argument to the
is
state
scrutinized enough that
says,
it's not worth
we
it to
find
go to
this
trial,
filing
then
to
it's
be
not worth
defective
it.
in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the
Right, you would
states, have enough,
scrutinize it at
you know
that
what the laws
time.
are on the books.
Right, that
and
is your
this
time
filing
to
is
make your
defective, and you should
decision.
get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're
X.
saying all of
Yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing.
Yeah, that's literally the preliminary hearing. Yeah, they're there to bring up any miscommunications, misconception, anything. Right, that's what the hearing's for.
Any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
out-
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened, this is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued. Right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me. Right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right?
I don't
This
know.
is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it.
I'm solely
addressing
getting
what you view to be overwhelming
the whole evidence.
And by the way, I want to
more
be clear.
interested in
That what
is
you're
the
What?
right
Yeah, well,
is
but
the
thus far,
family
every
right some of
point that
the
you've brought
friends
up-
and family
every
members
point
who
that
were
you brought up,
told
did you feel like
Tyler
this is beyond a
he did
reasonable
the
doubt? I mean,
acting
you
stuff.
realize
Remember
he's
what I said in my opening?
going
He did
to
the
be
acting stuff.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
But
It's
I don't
just
think we're
what
gonna
I
get
find
Lance
convincing
Twig.
is what I
Right,
find
we're
overwhelming.
not
So why
gonna
are you
get
so upset when
Lance
people say
Twigs
they
in
don't find
there.
it
If that was
convincing?
the
We're probably not.
limitation of the
We're
claims
probably
that you
not
made,
going to
if it
get
was
the
just, wait a second. There's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case. I have
the
questions
family
for that I want
friend
answers to.
agent who
Nobody
told
had a problem,
him
actually.
right to
least of all me,
turn himself
I
in.
would be the least
You
likely
probably won't
person
even
to
get
have
the
an issue
parents
with
to
you,
stand
any of your
right
fans,
to
anybody
stand a
saying. In
testimony
fact, I've
to
had
say,
tons of
yeah,
Discord
we heard
calls
this
about
thing,
this.
right?
My position has always been clear.
And
Of
that won't
course
happen.
conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence.
I mean,
than
it
others.
may. Who knows?
But
it,
I've seen them
it all
myself. I know
depends
conspiracy.
on
In fact,
what the
federal
courts
government has
views
hundreds of
as
thousands of laws about
right
conspiracies.
evidence
They
that's
see them
worth it
everywhere.
to let it go to
We
trial.
both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine for people who are convinced.
That's literally how it's supposed
That's
to
never
be,
been
though.
my problem. My problem
Right,
is the
'cause
claims
that's
which
where-
are external to that.
That's where all the
Okay,
discovery comes out.
I'm not sure I
Trial.
really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the state
lecture?
is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is,
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking
funny-
at
The state has personal right. The state is spending resources to investigate. They do have a hand in it. Are they not the enforcement body who is looking into the evidence, the DNA, and all that stuff? You think a third party that's not an enforcement agency is going to be able to do that properly?
the gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. And
That
I'll
is not
explain, I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact,
Right.
what we're talking
You could
about
come
here
out.
is not
You
whether
could
or
come
not
out with a
you feel that
shitty
you're
result
convinced by
because
this
you
evidence.
used
So you
false
felt like you were right.
information.
Sure. But here's the
Yeah,
thing. When you ask me
it's
my
possible.
reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it.
I mean, that's
If
how
that
people
was
get
the limitation
indoctrinated
of your
too.
Claims,
Right?
we wouldn't even be
They,
having this
they take in
conversation.
false information.
That's
They
why I
think
wanted
it's
to have
real,
the
and then they
conversation,
fucking
in
spout
fact,
it like it's
was so
gospel.
that we could move
I mean, isn't
into
that what
your
Candace
actual
Owens is
claims that
doing?
you've made, which
Spreading
transcend
it
the
like it's
idea
gospel?
of I'm
Please
just
listen
asking
to me.
questions.
Before we
I
get
am
into
your-
that, your team has one
I am
thing they
your
want to say before we
shepherd.
go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah. That was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's
What? So they just doctor. So you're saying they just doctored this vacate preliminary hearing motion? What?
reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all of the
Where it's
discovery
just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay. So that's
and I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just...
Well, probably because they can't give it now is because they're still trying to compile information, right? If you... I mean, there's a lot of information, and you want them to give you all the information? Well, if they don't have all the information yet, they're not going to give it to you then, right?
them what they're
I
asking
mean, obviously,
for, so that
there
can
should be
actually
a...
engage you, and it didn't happen. So,
like
but
an
the
understandable
judge ruled
timeline that they
that
should
it
get it
wasn't
to them in
necessary at
a
this stage, and that
timely
was the whole
manner
point of
because
that,
they have to go to trial.
because
They
preliminary
have to go to
yeah.
trial at
Would
some
you like
point,
to play the
right?
Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right, great.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move
I-
into the
um,
evidences that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire
It's
thing
because
was
I mean, because you're taking leaps out of fucking. You're making controversial fucking statements about stuff that hasn't even fucking happened.
about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else, and I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea if I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
part- this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the
Jesus,
quote
see,
unquote
this is
evidence
why I
that
didn't
you
wanna
feel
fucking
that you
listen to this
have,
shit.
which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson,
They're
that
just
Tyler
fucking
Robinson shot Charlie
talking in
Kirk.
fucking
You don't find
circles.
convincing, I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when
Well,
I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
just gonna- you're conceding
Nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt the state's theory. I also am
get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. You know, if you want to move into opinions,
Right,
if you
he's
wanna
just
talk about
trying
Erica
to
Kirk,
understand why she's making all these crazy leaps and conspiracy theories, right? And I guess she's not getting that point purposefully for some reason. I don't know.
Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What,
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time.
By the way, you're not going to get that in preliminary. That never has happened in any preliminary hearings. All of that stuff gets found out literally during trial.
That's the
So
purpose.
I don't know
of this
why she
hearing.
thinks
The state
that
is
she can
using
get
hearsay,
it in
they're
a
also putting out
preliminary
evidence.
hearing
So I
when
was
they
just
don't
expecting
even
some
do
sort of a
that.
slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was
So
disposing
you
clothes. He was
don't
involved
think he was
somehow.
actually at
I find Lance
at the
to be
school when he
more,
did the job?
suspicious, if I'm being honest with you.
So that's why
And
you
also,
don't
like I
think he
said,
actually did the
use immunity
did
that
the
was given
deed,
to Lance
'cause
by
he
the
wasn't
feds.
at
The
the
fact that the
school,
feds didn't ask
technically.
him any questions. The fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, "It's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy.
That's not what they go through in preliminary hearing, though. I think she expects too much from the court, right? She's expecting too much. She's expecting to get information that they're going to hold off on till the trial, right?
If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Because the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself.
Also, by the way, the video footage of him coming back to the campus and him going to the campus at the initial time he went to the campus, and then the initial time he went back to the campus, right? It looked like he was wearing a different backpack, but it's hard to tell, right? Because in the first photo, right, it looks like the backpack doesn't have a lot of stuff in it or something. And then when you see the next photo of when he's coming back at 11 something in the morning, right? It looks like there's more stuff in the backpack, or it's a different backpack or something, right? Because the backpack looks significantly larger than it did in the previous picture. So it's like, what did you do?
Overwhelming. When you learn, and this is
also he's wearing a bunch of different clothes too.
Some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her, I think she should have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this just like the craziest thing ever? This defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it.
Why should the vehicle become evidence? Because it was bringing him to the hospital? That's it? Or what else was it?
Into evidence until the trial was over, and that to me is this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica.
Some of the artifacts were okay, so I mean, probably because it has no tie to the criminal investigation. Why would his personal effects, like his like some kind of pendant or his wallet, be a part of the investigation when the investigation is all about who killed Charlie Kirk? Right? His personal effects have nothing to do with the trial. The trial is who killed Charlie Kirk, and it's fucking Tyler Robinson apparently.
That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or...
By the way, she doesn't explain why it should still be in evidence. To me, I don't think it matters if those are evident, it stays in evidence or not, because that's not the real point of why why you're going to trial. Right? The trial is who killed Charlie Kirk. No, that's the trial. All the personal effects that were on the body has nothing to do with how he died or who killed him. Right? Those are his personal effects. Why would those be under evidence?
Person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over.
Well, that's because, that's because they're... Look, investigators do weird shit. I mean, it happens all the time. I don't know what you want them to say. Like, what? I guess they're trying to make sure that they don't, leave no stones unturned, but at the same time, it's like, what do you want from them? They're trying to make it as fucking easy to deal with as possible.
Has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her, I think she should have have it. And
still,
it's
why should the crucifix be in evidence when it was his personal effect?
Is this is like the craziest thing ever? It's like defies common
when
sense.
it was his personal belonging that has no ties to why
actually go up on a podcast and explain. I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency.
What, are you saying that because of religion he got shot or some shit? Like what? Oh, he was holding a religious idol. Maybe it was some kind of religious emergency.
They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Okay, here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take from me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That for
Without
you,
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say?
Yeah, she concedes on that fact that if evidence does come out that Tyler did the thing, she'll change her mind. Apparently.
I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere.
Flood it with a ton of information that may or may not have anything to do with it,
legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying
it leaves it right. There's a lot of bullshit. Right.
All I'm saying is
there's a lot of tainted bullshit, and you don't know which evidence is real or not.
Absent, This is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break
We'll
before
take
we
an
come back?
ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break.
All right, they're gonna take a break. I need to take a break. I need to piss. I don't know when we're gonna get to like the meat of the situation, like all the crazy shit she said. I don't know if we're gonna. Well, I mean, they went through some of the crazy shit she said, but not like all of them, right? You said other crazy shit too, so I don't know why they're not going over it now. Oh god, we got like over an hour left. 2 hours left. Sorry.
And we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around.
No, I don't want to listen to bullshit. Especially from Candace Owens. God. Makes me want to fucking blow off my head. Yes, I said it. She makes me want to fucking suicide because she's so fucking stupid and annoying. Right? She acts like one of those feminist, race-baiting, people.
Back, Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that
So
I
what
want
did
to
we
be
do?
able to
Oh,
question
This is
you.
a meta conversation.
What the fuck?
So now we're transcending. Like let's use a word
there's no-
to use a
there's
word
no-
that you're
What are we
saying.
doing here?
But this is
He's
what
just
you do,
trying to
right?
figure
So
out
this
if you
part to
say
me feels like
what
so
you
am I allowed
say
to ask
is
the
what you
questions?
believe.
I'm
That's
going.
all.
I've already said you can
Why are
ask
you
questions,
doing
but I
that?
made it
Ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
wanted to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know,
going to
and
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get
okay,
it.
just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause
usually
I mean, he
in the
just
debate,
said if you
something's
have
not loaded,
issues
I'm
not
just
with not
directing.
you kept saying
answering
I'm
it,
Joe
then
Rogan,
don't
they had no
answer
evidence,
it.
they had no
But
evidence.
why
And
are
you're like,
you?
let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just
He
actually-
use the words.
literally
you
just
actually-
gave
okay,
you
anyway.
an out, and
Direct
you're just
question,
like,
super
oh,
easy. It was Lance Twiggs,
I
DNA
don't like
and the
this.
rifle,
I
as far
don't
as
like
you know.
what you're doing.
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on
So that
there.
would be
Okay,
no as
so
far as you
no.
know.
So why didn't you just
can't
say
say that
no?
for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
So just say no. We can't know that for certain. Why didn't you just say no? Like it's right. Not for certain is you're in that middle position where it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? So you still believe that it happened. All right. So it's like, what? Doesn't make any fucking sense. Just say no. It's a yes or no question. And you're being like, oh no, this may have happened, or I don't know. What the fuck? It's a yes or no question. What the fuck is wrong with? See, this is the issue with a lot of people too. They never fucking answer yes or no question. It's a simple thing. It's not hard.
you know,
Certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall.
Oh, okay,
I'm
first of all,
familiar
that's
with
not
this
what he
debate
did.
strategy.
But I
Like,
am
That's not what he did. All he's wondering is how you came up with this evidence, and you haven't been showing any of it. In a sense, you just say these people have been saying things, and it's just like, okay, that's great and all, but where's your physical evidence that, right, Tyler Robinson didn't do the deed, right? And she has none because she's not an actual investigator in the fucking crime. She never will be. She's an outside fucking observer looking in and thinking she has all the fucking information when she has none.
Just
yes or no, yes
you.
or no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
now
inclined
this is
to
you
your,
saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like where you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government.
Oh, jeez. It was told to me by someone who's in the French government. Okay. Well, maybe because you were shit stirring a lot. Maybe because you were getting into a legal fight with Macron, right? And the wife.
I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do.
Oh, yeah.
Which is when
you're not the exactly. So why are you making all these fucking claims that have no bearings on the fucking case? Oh, it's Israel's fault that Charlie Kirk died. What the fuck? How is Israel a part of anything? What is? Huh? We're talking about Tyler Robinson, who did the fucking deed or not? Did he kill Charlie Kirk or not? That is the question. That's all it is in court trial. It has nothing to do with any of these outside conspiracy theories. Oh, Israel had a hand in it. Oh, the U.S. government had a hand in it. Oh, the TPUSA people had a hand in it. Or some fucking bullshit. Oh, Russia had a hand in it, apparently, somehow.
Say
like, what?
This, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? He's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says,
so you reported the fact that someone gave you information that you're unwilling to provide any evidence for. You don't even have like an email message or some kind of phone call like when it happened, and then you redact the names and shit, right? You don't even have that. You're just like, oh yeah, I got a phone call. Oh, what? How the fuck are we supposed to believe you when you're already talking fucking crazy shit?
Says, hey Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person.
And okay, so okay, yes, we get the whole death threat thing, but when a death threat comes from like an official like foreign legion from an outside overseas source, come on, man, like really.
Definitively has the rank to be able to
that
tell
sounds
you this,
like some
and you say,
troll
well, what I'm going to do
trying
now
to
is I'm
fuck
going to
with
report
you,
that to the
really.
feds. And then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
So
I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm not trying to embarrass you.
It's not about embarrassing you. It's all about the claims that you made just seem far-fetched as fuck. Like, where does Israel fit in this? Where does the government fit in this? Where does what else? Did she also say like some Egyptian shit? Had some say. Hold on. All the Candace Owens Let's see. Candace Owens has conceded she has no direct evidence that Israel, the U.S. government, or Egypt killed Charlie Kirk, despite promoting multiple conspiracy theories alleging their involvement. During a August 14, 2026 debate with Andrew Wilson, Owens explicitly stated, "I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk," admitting her claims rely on establishing motive rather than proof. Okay, what would be the motive to shoot Charlie Kirk? I mean, what? Because he's an activist? Okay, so what? There's millions and millions of other fucking people right on the fucking planet that they could probably sway or buy out by selling certain products or certain messages, right? I don't... What? By the way, all governments try to sway other people's, right? Right? All governments try to, do that fucking, right? All the propaganda you see from governments, yeah, those propaganders trying to sway other people too, from other fucking overseas and other fucking regions of the fucking planet, right? Everyone's being fucking played right now. Okay, everyone's a fucking chess piece to be everyone's a pawn to be moved and fucked with. That's all it is.
I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said. Yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me?
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for?
That was funny. It's funny giving her shit because she kind of deserves it, to be honest. And then she freaks out like, "Why are you giving me shit?" It's like, well, I'm giving you shit because you're lying out of your ass sometimes. You're literally talking out of your ass, so that's why I'm kind of giving you shit.
Speaking, why people think that Israel's involved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah, do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson...
okay, again, what would be Israel's motive? Oh, because he said some things that Israel didn't like. Do you know how many other people say some unsavory things about Israel in the Americas or overseas? There's probably fucking tons of them. Yeah, I have said some shit that probably the Israeli government doesn't like. Shit, the U.S. government... I probably even said some shit the U.S. government doesn't like, but they can't even do anything about it because it's my First Amendment speech, and they can go fuck themselves.
His transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues.
Is there let me look. I'm probably not going to be able to find any evidence of this, but is there any evidence that somehow any Israeli based on unconfirmed claims of donor pressure or cell phones near the scene. I mean, I hate to tell you, but if the donors see that you're not right, if you're not putting forwards messages that help them, they're obviously just going to cut you loose and not fucking work with you anymore. Right? The donors are there to pay for your to pay for ads for themselves, right? And if they don't see that you're doing ads for them, then they're just going to take away their money. That is a business transaction. What does this have anything to do with Charlie Kirk criticizing Israelis, and then somehow the Israelis somehow hate him and then want to kill him? Like, what? What? Investigations have found no leaked cables, payment trails, or intercepted communications substantiating a state-ordered hit. Yeah, all I can far-right actors. I don't know why they keep calling them far-right actors when it's only people on the left who are actually doing that shit. I mean, you may have some far right people saying some shit, but it's been majority of it has been the left side, like Candace Owens. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but anyways, she has no evidence for this, and she can't even put anything up.
Wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question.
For LGBTQ. What? He was a religious person. Obviously, he wouldn't agree with the LGBTQ plus stuff. Like, what? Only the weird factions of fucking religion are fucking enabling that bullshit.
As I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and again, I already explained this. At the show, but
okay, establishing a motive again. If you want to establish the motive, still, what kind of motive would the Israeli government have against fucking Charlie Kirk? Oh, because he said some shit on his podcast sometimes. Like, really? That's it? Is that all you're going off of? Oh, because he said some shit on his podcast? Like, really? Come on, man. Come on.
People find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence?
Yeah, but why was the public trying to convince everybody else that Charlie Kirk loved Israel? He obviously liked Israel. He obviously had some fucking, some criticisms of Israel, but doesn't everybody have that? Like, what? Look, everyone's gonna have criticism of something, right? They're a fucking human being, right? They're thoughtful creatures. Yeah, they're gonna fucking criticize something. What are we on right now? Are we fucking high? Like, what is this?
I
was involved in killing Charlie Kirk.
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons.
Well, he denied it because people were asking him to fucking say something. Like, you! Obviously, you literally have a bunch of people talking, probably like sending him messages being like, hey, are you going to talk about this? Hey, you're going to talk about this? Hey, you're going to talk about this? Constantly.
Or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative.
Basically, there's no evidence to tie in. Oh yeah, the Israeli government had some kind of hand in. Like, what are we doing here? Just say no. Just say no. You have no evidence. That's it. End of story. Why do you keep fucking
However you want to say it.
Well, like positive evidence would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence.
Yeah,
and
man. I honestly want to fucking blow my brains out right now because it's just like, why the fuck am I doing this to myself?
A conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him within a.
Well, the Israeli narrative happened because of you people. Like, what? It was because of you people! You people brought it up when it had nothing to do with fucking Israel. That's why people were like, yo, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, what are we talking? Why is Israel involved? How did Israel become in the fucking equation?
American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So
yes, you did. You said they had some inklings of a dealing.
So then you don't believe that they
trying to help them.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about.
Did yeah, it says right here. Yes, Candace Owens has explicitly blamed Turning Point TPUSA leadership and Erica Kirk for being complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk. Although she has not produced evidence to support these claims, Owens has alleged that TPUSA insiders betrayed Kirk by covering up financial mismanagement and ignoring warnings he allegedly sent to the night before his assassination about being killed by the left. What are you talking about? He aired out that sentiment before, right when all the shit that shit was already aired out. Like, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Basically, yeah, she's been implying that TPUSA and or Erica Kirk have participated in the murder or its cover up. Like, she has gone on to say that, yet she's being like, "Oh no, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. You lying fucking cunt."
Things that I've never said.
Who's the real Fed slop now? Right? I just see Candace Owens as a big fucking glowy who shouldn't be fucking trusted.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
the French and Israel are
So you
teaming up
think
to,
with full
and the
confidence you think
Egyptians
that-
are teaming
Yeah,
up to
that
kill
France
Charlie
involves-
Kirk for some
Yeah,
reason.
I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that
By the
day.
way,
Again,
what does
this would
Charlie
be-
Kirk
this
have
would be a
anything to
professional
do with
invitation
any
for me to then
French
go and probe that
government
information that I handed
bodies
over.
or
I
the
can't do that. I'm
Egyptian
not
government
sure.
bodies or
Positive
any of the
evidence.
Israeli
I
government
don't,
bodies?
Can you just stop? It's actually
Oh,
just like
because
annoying to
he's
keep
playing
saying
an
positive
advocate
evidence.
for
just asked me what
for
I think.
US
I just tell you. Yes,
for
I
US
think
politics.
That's a claim.
Like what?
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
Yeah,
I
she's
agree,
she's
you're
doing
allowed to
that
think.
that woman thing.
Nobody's disputing whether or not
Yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is
you're-
allowed to
you're-
think.
you're-
or
You
not.
have to let me talk.
What is your issue with this statement?
Evidence.
I think
You're saying
that
I'm
Israel
not being truthful.
is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what.
They're
That's
not
just
letting
what you
me
said.
talk.
You said
I did
that
say I
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You
That
would
I
think
mis-
that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
But if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there at 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just gonna
confidence.
tell you something.
Hang on,
My
let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because
She's
These are
she's
claims
using
made
that
about
hearsay
Charlie
bullshit, being
Kirk's
like, "Yo, this
assassination.
is
That's the
factual."
complete substance of the debate.
Yo, just trust me, this
would you
is
like
factual.
to remind him of what our debate
Yeah, this
claims
did happen.
actually
This
were?
is
Would you like to
factual.
remind
You
me?
said-
You
That's
said
all
I could
these
ask
people
you
are
about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content.
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice. I
to
just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
it
asking-
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you.
don't
in the middle,
forget
and now
about
you're
the
wanting me to
Egyptians,
structure the
apparently,
sentence
somehow.
or provide evidence. You don't
What
have to.
about-
You're just allowed.
you should
to
have brought
think.
in the
And I've
Egyptians somehow,
explained to
too.
you my
I
thought
don't
process.
know how
don't
the
need to
Egyptians
structure it in
ended
a
up in that
sentence.
one, too.
If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't.
Israel and France
they
were
don't care,
involved
actually.
in the most
I
traumatic
mean,
public
when she's
assassination
talking
of
about-
Gen Z's
no.
lifetime is?
Right, when
That's
she's
why I
already
have
on her
to
podcast
So you're just
talking
gonna
about
drip to
shit
them?
she has no
Like,
evidence
here's why
for,
I
and
think
there
that.
are people
every time
eating
we
it
come
up.
across
That's
any
just
of
how
these
it is.
discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason
so
to
it's not
doubt
a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you- well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to say
regulate
it.
anything. I'm
Well,
asking
You're
very pertinent
sounding a
questions.
bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't
No,
say
no,
it in the
you
way
didn't.
that you wanted
You
You
me to.
didn't even want to
Obviously, you
answer
run away
the
from it,
question
but I
about
was
the
thinking that's what
Israeli
you-
evidence
that
or
you guys
French
have
evidence.
prepared because it's pretty. I think
This is
with full
why I
confidence,
can't-
people will
this is why I
recognize the
don't take
strategy
this.
that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So
But, I would still
this
on
whole
this point,
this
I
whole
just wanna make
debate
sure
was
that you have full
obviously not
confidence
going to
that
go
France and Israel
anywhere.
were involved in the assassination of
Right.
Charlie
I
Kirk,
think in the
and you
end-
have
There was
no evidence
literally
for it at
no
all that you
point
give
for
us.
this
well,
debate because
I
right.
already.
She
did
still
tell you where it
says the
came
same
from.
thing
Like I said, I can
she wants
explain
to
it to you. I
say.
can't understand
Right,
it.
all
But
the
they might
crazy
tell you
shit
that
with
he was
no
gonna kill-
fucking
that
evidence
France killed Charlie
whatsoever.
Kirk, or just that you were in danger.
Oh, I
They
was
said
just
that
told
the
this.
French Foreign Legion
And
was
I'm just
involved
gonna
on the ground
believe
that
it.
day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
Trust me,
And just
bro.
out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you
Yeah, I got
passed
my
on that
news
message
source
to
from
Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you
Just joking,
giving them
97.
who told you that, or
Yeah,
you're
he
just
said
saying,
this thing
"Here's
that
what I heard
happened,
from
And I
somebody"?
have this,
I'm
and
just
I
gonna
have this
believe what he
information.
said.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like from maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination.
Oh, okay. So they would give you that information, but why didn't they give that information to the government? Why would they give you that? See, this is what this says. See, this is why I don't trust fucking. This is why I don't trust journalists. Because it's like, okay, why did this person go to you instead of going to an official like, right, DOJ, right? Right. Why didn't this person go to an official government body that handles right these investigations, but instead you go to a journalist who's on the internet talking all kinds of crazy shit. Like what? get it.
And that, I mean, I was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like,
Perfect.
yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, you know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay. I mean,
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to her
I
and
mean,
contact the
that's-
source.
Probably
that
didn't
she
think it
was
was
How-
actionable.
what
is
is
my
Andrew
guess.
supposed
But
to
even
say?
if they
That's
did
not
think
my
it was
problem.
actionable,
That's the
great, every
government's
lead should be
problem.
followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUS
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys?
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
Also,
This is a
we
separate-
will
this is
never
a-
know
this is-
if
this
they
is more
actually
on,
investigated
I
what she
sent the
said
email,
is true or
assuming that's-
not.
You kept saying like you go and you make a report. You
Because
think
it's
they're going to
like
come back to you and
that's
say,
up to the
"Hey, here's more
government
information, we're
and
investigating
that,
this," and that didn't
sole
happen, which is what I
person
raised
who's in
on
that
that.
in that
Especially
situation.
because this was at a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But
so,
did you-
so actually it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French
It-
Foreign Legion that
this
was on the
had- yeah,
ground.
this
I'm
was the
surprised
And I
they
French.
called you.
then I find
French
that to be very
Foreign
strange
Legion.
too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
but when
Let me
he
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let
when
me
he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, when
in terms of any
I
hard
don't know
evidence
how,
that's been
but
presented. I think this has
okay,
been a
whatever.
huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
I
they
still
won't even
there
explore
still seems to be no
anything else that's
evidence
going
of
on in
that
Charlie's life
whatsoever.
personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way,
Also, it would be more right if Israel was involved. Then right, you would be seeing a lot of communication with Israel and maybe Tyler Robinson, or right, even some of the communications with TPUSA, right? But yeah, there's none of that. So what does Israel have to do with this?
then every alternative
Because this happened solely on American soil, right? And it happened because he was going onto a school to debate topics. Right. So again, how does going onto a university to debate top social and political topics have anything to do, right, within the US, by the way, have anything to do with any outside government forces? Say France, Israel, or the fucking Egyptians for some fucking reason. That's I still don't get it.
theory should be explored.
And there's
Other
still no
evidence
evidence
to be brought forward.
of
We've done
them
that in our-
having
in our
a hand
capacity.
in
Like, when
it
people
either.
keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like,
the thing that's funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy.
Yeah,
My
by the
sources
way,
claim
it's
all
just
of them
sources
really
against
think that
sources.
Tyler
Like,
Robinson was a
whose
lone
source is
gunman.
correct?
If I just
Like,
said that as
right.
hypothetical, wouldn't you say what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my
What do you
content
mean?
because
It
I
sounds like
for
yours is
example,
all
when I
vibes
just
and
the other
dreams.
day released
That's
the
what it sounds
content of the shooter on the roof.
By the
doing
way,
a
I'm
lateral
not going to
call,
believe
then
any
they're
of your
going,
sources
I don't think
because
these
you're
are
not
just
going
vibes.
to tell
It
me
seems
who
like
your
Candace's sources
sources
legit.
are.
So I've proven myself.
You're not going to even
Yeah, I'm not
tell
sure
what
that
kind
would
of
legitimize
sector
your
they're in.
sources
Right,
as
you
being
don't even
legitimate
have
when
to
it comes
give
the
their
idea
name.
that, oh, they all believe that there's a
Right, you
conspiracy
can even
going
just
on,
give
which is actually
what
your
they've
claim
been
is now.
working
How would that
on.
actually?
was
Hang
just-
on, I'm almost done.
Like,
How would that?
talking to
but
people.
no,
How
you're
would that
not even giving
legitimize-
that.
Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
But I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what
Well,
I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
No,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I
So
said
I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what, that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, I mean, these people act like they're owed something when it's just like, no, you're not owed anything. You're just some person on a podcast trying to fish for information and then use it for your podcast so you can earn money off of it. Like what? So apparently the distorted photos that they're the controversy centers on the claims that the prosecution's surveillance footage was manipulated to alter the visual dimension of the suspect and the background of the vehicle. Let's. This looks like a different person, but it's hard to say because it's so. Also, his arm dimensions don't seem the same either, compared to Tyler Robinson. Hmm. Prosecutors distort. Sorry, this is what I'm looking at. Footage of Tyler Robinson in parking. The morning a friend sent me news reports of the underground parking garage surveillance footage of a young man that prosecutors claim Tyler Robinson arriving at Utah Valley University on the morning of Charlie Kirk was shot. Prosecutors claim the young man in the footage then left his garage around 11 a.m. Then returned a short time later wearing pants, a black top, and Converse shoes. Here's a few stills from the surveillance footage shown by prosecutors and reproduced in media reporting. Okay. Note how the dimensions of the car have been compressed. So have the dimensions of the young man in the footage. The following is a corrected still just published by Candace Owens showing the young man in the car is closer to their true proportions. Is that I can't tell if those are sunglasses right there. But, right, compared to his getup here, it looks like he's using a different hat. Oh, how about we look at the... Oh, man, you can't really tell what kind of color hat that is. Hmm. Hmm. It looks black here. And then when you get to over there, this looks like a blue hat. Hmm. Yeah, that's a black hat right there. Apparently. Yeah, it shows a black hat right there. It's just, I can't tell if he's wearing sunglasses or not right here, right? That's an issue right there. I mean, that's the only issue, right? You can't tell if he's wearing sunglasses there or not. Right, literally the only difference I can spot out from this image to this image, right, is the fucking sunglasses. I can't see that. Right, he looks to be wearing the same shit, right? But yeah, anyways, that's the footage, the picture
well, I
that
feel
they're
like
talking about.
I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colbert. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because I doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing's funny is
people
like,
act like
well,
I'm
I mean,
ground
you
zero.
have
I'm
both parties
ground
to
zero
blame.
people not
I think-
trusting Turning Point
it's-
USA.
I think that there was
right,
some
it's not
people-
just one
I think
party.
there were some
Both
people out
parties
there,
are
sure,
to
that could have
blame.
done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officer,
Yeah, how would that get
seat
you
them
into a
all,
legal pickle?
And I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
what does
using
that
hypothetical.
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
Yeah,
in,
but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask
And
him,
so
but
right
sure.
now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on
Yeah,
Barry
I mean,
Weiss,
because
which
you
I
were.
can't remember the date
I
that
mean,
she
she
did
said
that interview.
right. You said she was complicit, but you didn't really divulge what she was complicit in. Right? Was she complicit in the murder, or was she complicit in giving false information? Like what? You're just saying she's complicit in Charlie Kirk's death in somehow, form, or fashion. Like what?
And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica. Everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm gonna wait here because I don't know. Just it feels weird to think.
What are you talking about? You did attack her during that fucking time. What are you talking about? Just fucking. You did come after her during that time. You came after a grieving widow who just lost their fucking husband and father. Right, father. over some tragic fucking bullshit. Like, what are we doing? You had so many people question her as she was trying to grieve for the loss of her loved one. What the fuck? You people are fucking sick in the head.
Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her,
you guys are autistic fucking retards. That's what you people are on the fucking
on the case,
internet.
And we got to see
all the journalists
this
and
that,
fucking
whatever it is.
Especially Candace Owens is a fucking autistic
that's why she has that much
retard.
confidence 2 months ago.
Shit.
When I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay, so this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Shit, even I'm probably an autistic fucking
again,
retard
you said complicit
too.
in the death of Charlie Kirk.
In what? Yeah.
Everyone fucking on the internet is an
I can tell you that.
autistic
But my point
fucking
being is that
retard.
then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly.
By the way, this happens for every
like,
fucking
so just so
case.
I'm clear,
Even for the
you haven't seen
David
anything
case,
that the
right?
public hasn't seen?
Even
And
for
he says
fucking
So I'm going back in my head and I'm going,
even
okay,
for
so why
stabbing
is Erica
cases that you
saying
see on the
with
fucking
such
on
a
the
degree
news,
of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the
shooting
public,
case,
and
right?
people
They
did,
all
by the way.
they
I
all
remember
go
even
through
Megyn Kelly was like,
preliminary hearing.
let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't
Right,
have.
some are
Why
more
express that
straightforward
confidence to
than
the public,
others
as opposed to
because
just being
there's,
like,
right,
we don't know yet.
clear-
I feel confident he's involved.
there's
They
clear
arrest.
pictures
How would
or
any of this make her
clear
complicit in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit
clear
in
witnesses
trying to
that
fool the public
saw
and
what
open and shut
happened,
How's
cases.
she
right?
trying to fool the
So
public
things
into
can go
this-
faster.
She believes
Like,
in
don't
it.
look
If
at
she
me when I'm-
believes
In
that Tyler Robinson killed
But
Kirk,
yeah, when it's a
if she believes that,
high-profile
how would that be
person,
complicit in
yeah,
anything?
it's gonna go pretty
I
fucking
do
slow.
Are you
believe-
saying that you think
It's
she
gonna
doesn't
go
believe
real
it?
slow.
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy.
said
You
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why? And
Because
we
we
because
don't
they
have,
only have
like,
limited
infinite amounts of
time.
time, I'm guessing? You probably don't want to watch.
By the way, everyone limits the limits the clips of how long they're going to play it because they only have so much time in a day. What the fuck are you talking about? even the hosts who host those debates on national live TV, even they have to cut off people because they have a fucking timeline to go through, right? They only got so much time. They got to hit topics within that certain time frame. And well, if you don't hit those topics within that certain time frame, well, sounds like a shit debate, doesn't it?
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming.
What do you
evidence,
mean?
and now
He
you're trying
paid
to
you $300,000. Why wouldn't he fucking cut? He literally just paid you $3,100. What? Or however much he said, 200,000. But he paid you to come onto this podcast to talk, and yet you're being a fucking cunt about it. You were literally paid money, and you're being a fucking cunt about it, literally.
towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond
doctor
to
in
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just complicit in believing it.
when I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me.
That is bullshit, right? Completely bullshit. You were the first one to come out and be like, yo, I don't like this. I'm gonna question Erica Kirk. Like, what? You were the first one to go unhinged as fuck. Like, what are you talking about?
Guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that.
You did contribute. You did contribute. What are you fucking talking about? You did contribute to it. Same as all your fucking followers. or all the people who view you. Right, you're fucking just as complicit as you say Erica is, or the fucking Israeli government is, or fucking the fucking U.S. government is. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Fucking
Actually,
hypocrite,
terrible
man.
messages from my fans
Hypocrite.
being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her.
By the way, these people are not in the right? They're not a part of the fucking trial. They are third-party observers that have nothing to do with the fucking trial. And they're talking out of their fucking asshole like it's like, oh yeah, no, it's true. No, trust me, bro.
I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly.
This is why I don't take news outlets that seriously, right? Like CNN, Fox News.
When somebody lies to you,
that's why I just skim it and be like, oh, okay, yeah, that happened. Okay, whatever.
When they're trying.
But when it comes to like actual political topics, I don't fucking trust these sources.
We can find that
in the meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like.
What do you mean? She did cage up. Didn't you making her call her lawyer cage up? Like what?
So overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, yeah, there was no relationship between them and Erica. It was just Charlie and her. That's why she has such a fucking hard on for Charlie right now, or she keeps bringing up Charlie. Is because she feels fucking cheated.
No, I would say
right. Apparently, she didn't want to marry the English guy that she's married to now and have a baby with. Apparently, she wanted to get with Charlie Kirk,
hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his.
Oh. So you're not truly friends with Charlie. It was your husband who was really friends with Charlie, and then you just got to know him through your husband. So you actually did not care.
Wing woman throughout that phase, and I was just happy, and I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person, and so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive?
That's a good. I like how she's just being like, "How could you say such a horrible thing?" You know that was just a tactless joke, statement that he made there. Because why would Erica Kirk, for any reason, try and kill her husband purposefully? Right? Sounds pretty fucking stupid, to be honest. Especially because she wasn't big on. Right, she wasn't a big public personality, right? So yeah, I mean, obviously she wouldn't fucking put herself out there unless she absolutely had to. Which is now why she's out there now, is because Charlie Kirk passed away and everything right, went to her. So she has to try and fucking salvage the situation that Charlie Kirk was holding up the whole fucking time, and now she has to try and fill in the shoes when she's not even that ready yet. Doesn't that seem a little right? Doesn't that seem unfair for her to take on this mantle that she has no fucking part of? Right?
Evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded.
Right? She was she was fine being on the sidelines and not being a public personality.
Who knew?
But now she has to
What
show
dramatically-
herself
What dramatically
because her husband
transformed
passed
your
away.
opinion of Erica
Because
after,
some fucking
going
retard
to the
decided to
headquarters?
fucking
Because
kill him.
You were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
is
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Yeah, it is
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm
literally.
being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters, I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you you're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still
headquarters.
think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved.
I mean, look,
with management.
just because he has some criticisms of TPUSA doesn't mean he's not going to try and bridge the gap and try and figure out, oh, are these people who they say they are, right? I mean, if you're working any business transaction, you would try to understand what the other party is dealing with, would you not? I don't know. Maybe this seems some kind of fucking weird business transaction where you don't fucking talk to each other and you just somehow get the contract and you just follow it and then that's it. Like what?
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
Is
Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and...
Well, maybe because if you didn't act like a fucking shithead, maybe they'd be more willing to talk to you. But you've been at their throats ever since Charlie Kirk passed away. So why would they in good faith talk to you when you're already in bad faith talking to them? Like what? What are we doing here? You are such a bad faith actor that nobody wants to fucking listen to you other than your crazy little posse that's fucking watching you the whole fucking time. Like what?
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know.
Look, don't get me wrong.
I was gonna release that
Andrew
information.
Wilson
I
has
didn't
done
demand
some
that it be released
stupid
to
shit
me.
too. Okay,
I actually never demanded that it be released. I just
he goes on to
said that
debate
this is what was going on
ethos.
in the last 48
Right,
hours. Maybe to
that's
the media
basically
they could
where
release
he
it. They
mainly
released it to PBD. They decided to release it to a
fucking
guy
gets
that
his
called
big
Erica
break
too
from.
retarded in June.
So what?
Right,
Yeah,
debating
I just think it kind of
ethos.
shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know
They
where
just
you-
don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
Like, I don't-
if they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask
faith
you a
to
question.
answer
Do
questions,
you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded that it's not evidence. You're
No.
sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I
register.
never-
Well, I
as
mean, I
really
think you're
obvious
too
to the public
retarded, Candace
that rather
Owens.
than
Are you going to
presenting
be
that
like, that's super
throughout the
mean?
course
Why
of
would you say
everybody
something
wanting
like
to know
that?
what
Well, I
Charlie was
mean,
going
when
through
you
through
say
his last
crazy
days,
shit
they
like,
decided to give it to
oh,
you to come to my
Israel's
house as
involved,
some
or
sort of a surprise.
Egyptian, or
Do you
the
think the public's not
Egyptians or
smart enough
something.
to see through that?
Yeah, I'm going to call you
If
fucking
you know
retarded because you're not
PR,
bringing
know
any
that
fucking
there's
evidence.
Huge debate that's
You're
coming
just
up. It's
stating
gonna
like
be
it's
probably
fact.
one of the most viewed that
And like
year.
no one
One of the
can
debaters calls you
fucking
and says says, I'm taking this
contend
position.
it.
This is the
Like,
position that I feel
like,
like there's the most evidence for. And Candace
right?
also agrees.
You
to
speak
answer
in
any
matter
questions
of
in regards to this.
facts,
So if
and
you
it's
got
like,
pertinent
how the
evidence here
fuck
that I
are
can
we
use, I'd
supposed
definitely
to?
like take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually
Right?
amazing to me.
How
It
the
really
fuck
was
are we
actually
supposed to
amazing me
talk
how
about
if
what
you
you're
approach
talking
people in
about?
good
Because you
faith and
speak
just say,
as a
"Hey,
matter of
I'd actually
fact.
like to know what the facts and details are around this." They actually
Like,
do talk to you. It's amazing.
There's no
Yeah,
talking
I just
around,
do
right?
not believe,
When
that
you
you
speak in
that
matter
they
of
are
fact,
doing
there's
this in good
nothing to
faith. I
talk
don't believe
about,
that anything you have done
right?
is
Because
demonstrated us in good
you're
faith. It
set in your
demonstrates that you
ways.
walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different
Right,
man.
you're
You
not
were critical of the
open-minded.
organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been?
about
Hang
everything
on,
you've
hang
ever
on. Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them, and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you. But I'm asking you. Isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and
I'm sorry. The fact that she's attacking this point is fucking stupid. By the way, I don't, this is not something to fight on. This whole, do you know how many people call people retarded on the fucking internet? Fucking thousands. Just look at fucking Twitter. You got tons of people calling each other fucking stupid, faggots, stuff like that. All sorts of shit. Yeah, fucking telling each other to fucking kill themselves and shit. Like, come on. Like, what are we doing here?
let's just talk about your record.
The that is milk toast as fuck. Compared to, oh yeah, go kill yourself. Right?
I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah.
I debate against the
Against feminists.
and red pillars,
Okay.
and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
And then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon.
What? What did that have to do with feminism? What? It's just the natural chain in the line because she was personally involved with Charlie Kirk, right? They were married, right? His assets go to her, technically, in a sense. Well, whatever's in his will, but in a sense, it goes to his family. So yeah, everything would technically go to her. Like, what? What are we doing here?
Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
I'm actually
Yeah, what?
You're in the
this
biggest-
is-
Yeah,
of the girl
that
boss
made
positions.
yeah, exactly. Now she's mad at being called a girl boss. Dude, I froze it on the perfect part. She's mad at being called a girl boss when she is. Right? Did she not create her empire by being a girl boss? By being the sole person to run her podcast? In a sense? I mean, yeah, she may have people on the side that help her bring up information and shit. But she is the sole person on the fucking screen talking about it.
Like you don't have to do this.
Okay.
You just do this. You could
Yeah,
definitely not.
Exactly. You don't have to do this, but you choose to do this. You choose to be a dick to one of your friends that you were friends with at a point, and then now you're attacking the loved one that he loved at some point, and now you're attacking all the people around him, like they had some kind of fucking dealings with him being murdered somehow. Like what? You're literally mad at that whole group right now, Candace Owens, and you saying that you're not, you're out of your fucking mind. When you go on podcast after podcast saying the same shit you do, I mean, it's kind of hard to believe you when you say, "Oh no, I'm not against them. I just want to understand." Shut the fuck up.
do it at all and be
Shut
fine,
the
right?
fuck
But you
up.
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense. Why she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah,
You wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and they've
protect-
just
Yeah, I'm kind of with Andrew on this. It's like his whole legacy was TPUSA, right? His whole business was advocating for conservatism. Let's just say, right? 'Cause in a sense, it was. And yeah, the natural progression, if someone passes away in that line of work and they have family members who are also in that kind of line of work or who are helping them in that line of work, well, their business would technically go to their other family members. Yes? But maybe I don't know what businesses do when a loved one passes away and the loved one is the sole proprietor of that business.
Suffered a trauma, you don't go into the office.
You
want
to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some
the
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it's both.
It is both. It's totally right.
He created the organization and he created the kids he fucking is with. Like, what are we talking about? So you're saying no? He doesn't have to. Right. All you have to do was stop playing the TPUSA game and just stay with your kids. Like what? I don't think that's what Charlie wanted, especially what kind of work he was doing.
Rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
I think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
She's not qualified
there's always
to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the
I mean,
exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing,
why would you point out an obvious he's not even contending that. That's obvious. She's not fucking ready for it. Like what? But she doesn't want to leave it into someone else's hands because it wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be Charlie Kirk anymore. It'd be led by someone else who would be taking the helm, and it won't be Charlie Kirk's name on it anymore. So that's why she's trying her best to try and salvage what she can under her name now, if she can. I don't know. I mean, that's all up in the air, right?
here's like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from to run the organization, sure. And on the
he even says
aspects, I
like no one's stopping you from saying that. So why are you getting up in your fucking dumbass feminist feelings about you being called out about all the fucking dumb shit you said, and then you get all mad that you get called out for it? It's like, dude, just go find yourself a hole and fucking stay in it if you're gonna be that kind of a bitch about it. Right?
That any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the
go under the bridge and stay in your fucking troll toll, whatever the fuck you're doing.
I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
feel like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip, so if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
What do you mean? What are you talking? I don't think she understands how human anatomy works and how dense bones are. Right? It actually takes a crazy amount of pressure to break a bone. Right? I mean, sure, you have some bones that may break under pressure easier than others, but you still need a lot of force to fucking break a bone. And yeah, a bullet can technically do that in a sense, or it may deflect and shatter it. Doesn't completely break it, but it'll shatter it and make it into pieces.
Terrell's nervous on the
Or
phone with
it'll
me.
just go
Again, this is
straight
my
through the
theory, and I
bone,
am now very
possibly.
much
Who
sticking
knows?
to it. Okay.
Right? Bullet
Mechanics, it's the reason
projectiles are inconsistent. Right? They are inconsistent because they are being fired at high speeds, and anything could fucking happen in that time. Right? The bullet could tumble. Right? The bullet could deflect, rebound off something, shit like that. So it's very, very strange shit can happen with bullets.
Erica had to step out. Once that's why she would have
Right, it could
gotten on the phone
ricochet
with Terrell
and
so
fuck
quickly,
you
'cause I was
up.
going,
Who
why is Terrell
knows?
saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have
Right,
the
you
answer. He
even
was
have
nervous.
those.
It was
Right, you have
crazy. But
you even have people shooting off bullets in the air, right, and then the bullet falling down and hitting them. That's just how easy it can happen.
acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
yes, so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't.
you
But
were
it's
kind of
fine to
ready.
ask it to back
Like
it up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe,
Well,
I don't have every episode on my head. And
yeah, but you say like this alternative theory is like gospel. You say that it's true. You ask why it's not being investigated. Well, it's not being investigated because there's no fucking evidence. And then now you cry wolf being like, no, this is bullshit. There is evidence. Blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna bully you until you look into it. I'm gonna keep bullying you until you look into it.
but
Just
I'm
fucking
pretty
do
sure
it.
this is an episode where we presented the evidence.
Trust
that was
me,
in the
bro,
car, the
just
photos
do
of
it.
what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in
Fucking
the car
hell.
that this very much
So
does look
insufferable.
like
Holy shit.
that we are see a
Man,
bunch of
this
shattered
is
microphone,
fucking
which was an
true
early theory that
suffering
I was
and
actually
fucking listening to
interested
this
in,
dumb shit.
but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, like it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If
Here we go. More theories. Jesus. We get more theories from people who aren't even directly involved in the case. Oh, Jesus. What? I'm surprised people eat this shit up, by the way. Right? You literally have people eating this shit up when none of it fucking connects properly. Right? All of it is just conjecture. All of it is just hearsay. All of it is just third-party observation being like, yo, this doesn't make sense. Can you look into this?
we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing
What
this.
do you mean? All of your claims have been fucking it beyond this world. Like what the what? You're claiming that Andrew Wilson's the problem when he's just asking you about the statements you made, and now you're getting mad at him because he keeps talking about how you made these statements, and you say with conviction that all of this happened with no evidence whatsoever.
If you're just hypothetically
Yes,
exploring it,
and
that's
that's
why I'm just
I like how she tenses up sometimes when she's like, right? She does get real angry at some points.
inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like. So I'm walking them, producing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically
Yes,
exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just
why
asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it
Yeah,
feels
I mean, right? Hey, there's nothing wrong with you just hypothetically discussing things, but in most of your in most of your fucking podcast, it doesn't sound like that. It sounds like you're saying this is gospel. It sounds like you're saying all this is true. And then your audience is fucking parroting that same bullshit. Doesn't that seem kind of odd to you? You know? You say all of this is just hypotheticals and not real, and we're just asking questions. Then why the fuck are all your fucking people watching you saying the same fucking shit?
Like, I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're
I'm
like,
just making
"What's
sure.
this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it is.
trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John
Wait, I'm sorry, an explosive? Wait, what? Hold on, let me go back. This is a new one. I didn't hear this one. An explosive, wow.
Do
I
you
think John
believe-
Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
An explosive, well, I mean, I guess you could say, right, if someone had like some kind of explosive gun that shot a projectile and just it exploded the platform that was fucking ejecting the bullet, I guess. I don't know. Some fucking rigged, some jerry-rigged weapon or some shit, I guess.
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain
I'm sorry, who is John Bryan, by the way? Who's John Bryan? Oh, yes. Some third-party nobody who I don't fucking know, and he's just saying, hey, we should look into this theory. Yeah, I don't know if I really want to look into that one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Especially when the family members of Tyler Robinson have verified what Tyler Robinson said. And right, even without the formal fucking written statement, right? The Discord messages, everyone that said shit, I mean, it's against him, man. He even said so himself that he did it. So it's like,
we
look, maybe you shouldn't be saying a lot of shit. Yeah.
I think it's viable.
So this was the big
Maybe
thing I
it's
wanted
better
get
not
into
to
with
talk
you
so
on the
much.
Explosives too.
Mhm.
Huh?
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion.
Yeah, if there was
In
an
fact, there's
explosion,
videos
you would have.
when the shot rings out, that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, the first thing I thought was,
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And I'm
Because of air dispersal from the bullet.
Why is his shirt moving first? Maybe because it's windy. Maybe because when a projectile is being fired, that there's some, wind resistance and stuff like that applying to the bullet, right? Right. It's almost as right. Remember how cars travel fast and you got aerodynamics. A bullet has the same thing. It has aerodynamics, right? It pushes the wind force. Around the fucking bullet so that the bullet penetrates the wind and fucking gets to its target. I mean, obviously,
when,
there's some
whenever a
fucking
bullet is
right.
shot,
There's still some
projectile shot,
force
you can
trying
actually
to
run
stop
this
the
experiment yourself
bullet.
if you have a rifle.
But yeah,
Take,
there
like, an empty box of
there
ammunition
is some
and put
air
it on the
resistance
table,
there.
and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you: does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30
2,000.
I mean, have you
we can fact.
have you seen football players get fucking decked, and they make crazy movements when they get decked? Yeah, because that's a lot of force coming at you. Have you seen fucking cars crumple on each other? Yeah, because that's a lot of force coming at you. It's the same thing with the bullet. That's a lot of fucking force coming at you.
Check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. And I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Why would that have any bearing?
People he shot to see if their clothes move?
I mean, someone who's training has the same bearing as that
because
person who's
I'm going to tell you
killed
how
and
projectiles
shot
work.
people.
He's not even going to I guarantee you this guy's not even going to disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not
BSing. He's BSing because he's actually using science. He actually told the science correctly that there's actually there's an invisible fucking wall we can't fucking see, and that's the fucking airflow. Why do you think steam? Why do you think on a hot day you can see the steam come off the fucking ground? Like, come on. Especially when when it just got wet and you could see the fucking evaporation of the fucking water. You could see the fucking steam rising up. Like, come on.
I'm telling you the truth.
Or when you're looking out in the distance of a hill, and you can see this weird filmy grain of what looks like dirt or pollution of something, right? Doesn't that tell you something? Doesn't that tell you something, that something's in the air that may, have some sway on the bullet or some sway on a human being? Why do you think our feet are always on the fucking ground? Like, what the fuck?
Now,
if a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and you can fact check it.
Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about
yes, you can fact check
underneath his
bullet
shirt.
displacement.
Underneath his shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
It's been widely captured by data.
And then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not,
and we obviously can't show.
Yeah, well, I mean, why do you have the weather report?
I understand you can't show it for TOS.
Exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said.
Candace Owens, don't play stupid. Don't do this. It didn't make sense to me. You're being one of those retarded women. Okay, don't do this.
Even reacts if you watch it in slow.
You're being one of those retarded women that go off based on feelings.
And the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck.
Well, then again, she is a retarded woman going based on feelings, to be honest. I mean, some of the shit she says is fucking outlandish.
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic.
So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
Please listen to
There's two
John
clips,
Gray and
your team
listen to
wants
my
show. One of them is
podcast.
the
You
Rebel
should
and
just
Neil
listen to
clips
what
since
we're
on it. So
saying
if you
because
guys are ready
we're
in the
telling
back
you the
before we go to ad
facts.
break,
Just trust us,
if you want
bros.
to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Andrew Wilson kind of does the same thing, but it's,
Good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bother me.
I mean, he's more on point with the
nothing in
with
particular.
the topic
it's not like
at
I'm out there
hand. I
saying
guess
big
you could
lie
say.
or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this.
Oh,
thing looked shady
okay,
off
the
bat.
former
I mean,
SEAL
I
6
killed people
operator.
closer
Okay.
than I saw the camera, and I've never seen. A shirt
Okay,
move
so
like that. That looks
I
like an
still don't
explosion to
see
me.
why he has
Just the fact
he
that
has
no one
anything
started
to do
doing,
with this.
First aid to Charlie Kirk. They were
Okay,
more
so
concerned about getting
he's
SIM cards out of cameras,
some
moving cameras, and then,
he was
getting
some
him off the
expert
edge somehow.
analyst, or
Didn't seem
he
a lot of
was
concern
some
for his life. It
sort
seemed like
of
just clean it up,
person
and
in
then,
the field
I've
at
been
one
told they
point, and
paved
now
it
he's
over
retired,
a
and
couple
now
days
he's not.
later, and then
And
you
now
get
he's
Erica
just going
Kirk,
on
behind
TV
all the
to talk about
razzle-dazzle,
stuff
and she's
now.
really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions, and they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's
Well,
actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
saying
starts.
he observed. He said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's
no,
what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
but when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like
No,
5 minutes ago
because
you
you
were
wouldn't
arguing
be
that it was
looking
because
at the
bullet carried
fucking
air.
shirt.
Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move
You'd
at
be
all.
looking
but
at center
if you
mass and
slow it
making sure
down,
that person's
the
fucking
dispersion
dead.
of air, that's where
You
you're
wou-
going to see
you
it,
wouldn't
right?
care
Very
about the
quick.
fucking
very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
right. You wouldn't care about the fucking shirt. You'd be making sure that that person's not going to come after you again. Right. You're making sure that person's neutralized and he's not going to fucking come after you again.
Not what I saw, and clearly it's not.
You're not
what
going
I
to
saw, and it's
care
like
whether the
explosive,
fucking
so I'm just
shirt
saying to you,
moved or not,
I
whether it
disagree with you. Your
fucking
opinion
came
on
off
the
of
fact,
him
that's
or
all.
not.
I understand.
No,
a good
you
place
don't
for us
fucking
to-
care about. You got to
we have
stop
another
this person
break,
from
and then we
doing a
can keep
fucking
answering
crazy
your
thing. That's what
questions.
you got to do.
I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
All right, thank you.
Oh fucking hell! Yeah, I could. Yeah, these fucking ad breaks. Oh shit! Oh man, this is a long ass fucking. This is a long ass break for the tail end. Really? What the fuck?
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play,
Okay.
right? And then we can do.
You're
final
not going to
thoughts and
talk about the
testing.
Egyptian stuff
I feel like we got where we were trying to go.
because I don't know how the Egyptians got into this.
the two other clips. I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the
this
clip
is
to
directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs'
yeah,
DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace
man, you had to
makes
say I don't
mistakes
know yet
sometimes,
for a while now.
when she's taking a lot of
Even though
information
you
and she's
claim these
reading
things
through
to be,
legal
like,
documents
true.
and she's trying to
No,
remember 9
isn't
hours of
that
testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
So you made that conjecture that Lance Twiggs' DNA might be on the gun somehow. You spreaded that like it was gospel for how many podcasts? Maybe a couple? And then now you're coming on to this podcast being like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, that was wrong. We're still looking for more information. Okay. Yeah, a lot of news outlets like to do that too. What? I still don't believe you. I still think you're a fucking crazy lunatic. Like,
So
That's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
This
but we
just
can do
goes-
it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
Why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to
oh,
jail.
by the way, she says like Erica Kirk didn't give her information she wanted. Right? You're lucky she even started talking to you after the fact. When she was still going through all the fucking bullshit, right? Probably the fucking whatchamacallit, trying to get the procession for him to go into the ground and to bury him. Right, she's probably had to deal with so much shit and the business, and then you keep pestering her to answer questions when she already has a lot on her fucking plate. It's like she's
We're questioning at least Erica.
Yeah, man.
I don't
You
agree
sound
with
like
that. I
a
really
fucking
do not
lunatic to
care
me.
Who wants to be upset after this episode? Really, you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone
No.
once commented-
You're being an idiot yourself because you play like you're not an idiot, but you are an idiot. I mean, you make all these claims like they're fact. Like, what are you doing?
beneath this show that if
Oh,
the situations were reversed.
you make these claims because you got some hearsay evidence from some people who may have worked in some kind of field that knows this information or had some dealings with that information, and they can beyond a shadow of a doubt tell you that this was all a hoax. It was staged. It was there's some shadiness going on. What are you doing? Right? What are you doing? These people are not right. They're not the first party they're not the first party investigating the situation. They are a third party outside source that fucking is looking at evidence that was given to them in the public. No, notice that given to them in the public. They are holding information probably that you don't even know because it's still under investigation. Do you think they're gonna reveal all the information to the fucking public? Fuck no, they're not. You should know that 100%. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then I explain that actually I think that she should.
Oh, okay. So
because of inconsistencies.
okay. So
this is
you
the
can be
exact-
tongue in cheek, but Andrew Wilson can't be tongue in cheek. Come on now.
episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I
Yeah,
still hold the
look,
perspective
there's
that
just
Erica should be
there's
sat down
some dumb
and she
fucking
should be properly
hypocrisy shit.
questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't
This is-
been?
No, actually,
I
that would be a
don't
great
wanna
thing for
hear
the
from any
spokesperson
of
to
them.
put yesterday to say that she's already.
But
sat
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show.
Yeah, but you talk like you're owed that information on the fucking podcast, and you say it with such conviction.
So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't
can.
say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, That's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind
entire
of filling the air
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just
Correct.
think that
People do
my
that all the
opinion is
fucking
that
time.
She should be sat
Why do
down
you-
and questioned.
Why do you think serial killers get fans? Right? Why do you think serial killers get a lot of fan messages? Huh? Is this not the same thing you're fucking doing right now, you fucking dumb bitch? Like, what? Please.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air.
to
with
my
words.
knowledge-
Why do you think Luigi Mangione is getting so much fucking support from fucking retarded people who think it's okay to go around killing people? Isn't that a little strange to you? No.
His drain
This
points
is-
like we want.
or how about the George shit Floyd situation? That's a good example, right there. Why do people keep preaching that George Floyd was somehow some kind of fucking some kind of messiah, right? Some kind of saint. Don't fucking do this, you dumb bitch. Don't do this.
To my
Make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've
See,
done an
the-
extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not.
This is why I would never really debate people, and I would just call them out straight in their face. I'd be like, "You're acting like a fucking cunt," and I'd rather not talk to you. But if you want to do this, I'd fucking bury you in a fucking second.
Here we defend Erica. The thing
Well,
is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time, I mean,
And nobody
I wanna
likes
just
that confrontation
assert how
sometimes
professionally
because
we
they're
have
gonna
dealt with this
cry
debate.
wolf
As you
or-
can see,
or
we
they're
have
gonna
not
call the
planned any
police and
gotcha
be like,
clips for
"Oh,
Andrew. I
this
expressed to him
person's out to
that
get
what we were going
me."
to do
Well,
was
yeah,
just
I'm
go
out
for
to get
fact
you
checks
because you're
and
being a
because I
fucking
might not
bitch.
remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
gonna
off.
bring
We did
claims,
not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before
What
in
do
email.
you mean out of if they were so out of context, why wouldn't you just say what happened at the beginning of the clip, or what happened right before? See, this is why I don't like these people. I don't like these people. I'd rather see them buried in a fucking hole and not fucking listen to them ever again.
Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
that's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange. That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial.
Now she's being nitpicky at the end. Like, you both got your time. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Jesus. She's being a woman right here. She's definitely being a woman right here.
In this hearing,
And a hormonal woman at this point, too, because apparently she's pregnant at this moment. So yes, she's very hormonal, and she's easily, she's easily emotionally manipulated, right? As of right now, because she's got the hormones pumping throughout all her body because of that fucking child.
do think that you fell. I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of hang on.
And
There's
I
nothing
did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
going to
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendental.
Well, I
things
mean,
that
the
said.
overwhelming
And like
claim
4 out of
is
5 of your
that
clips are about Erica
you
Kirk.
you
So
had
the general
some
I don't think
perception
4 out of
people
5
who
is
were
is your turning
personally
points
close
course.
Oh, so
I
you
to
just-
Tyler
quite a few of them
Robinson
were.
You
Was
just
there 3?
validate
made it
that
up.
Tyler
So you're just
Robinson
making
may
stuff
have
Can we
done
get
the
a
act.
count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was
Right,
three.
so it's
three.
like,
Okay,
Yeah,
three. I
three.
said four.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims.
That's all that
Which
is.
why you're asked
Okay,
about them.
well,
Simple as that.
Okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
They're
when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah,
that's me
it's a
responding
tongue-in-cheek claim. So
to
what?
your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they
the
want to
whole
play
They
from
want more.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
two.
they
We
want
were
to
getting
go
into
to
the
Patsy.
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip.
Well, I
Okay,
mean,
let's
it's not
go.
really. Just, well,
They
I
wanna
mean,
hit
she
the
kept
minimum of
going
4
around in
clips you were
circles
saying
with the
with
Patsy
Erica,
stuff.
100%.
A lot of the topics they have been going around in circles for some time now, if you've noticed, right?
And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have
I'm
it your
still-
way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask the
She's
question.
really
Totally
being
fair
a
with
woman
me.
right here.
So are you good with her asking the question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, she's acting like that girl boss she is right now. I mean, to be honest. Oh, you have to listen to what I say.
You need the
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just tell me
DNA
what
on
it
the
says up
towel.
there. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
I've said this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage. Because I even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned. I said,
What do you mean? All these clips are from your fucking channel. What do you mean? They're from your fucking channel, you dumb bitch. There's no secret here. It's all from your fucking words. No one's trying to pull a fucking fast one on you. He's only brought up clips that you have fucking talked about. Like, what the fuck? I can't.
to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twigs. They said 5 other.
See, this
profiles on it,
is why I
and
didn't
that
want to
his
watch
was
it
most
because it was
degraded.
fucking
So,
stupid. The
I
whole
hope your
thing
team
is
feels
fucking
fulfilled
stupid.
in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play
I
every
fucking
clip that he
wasted, like,
has on
4
the
hours
ready.
of my
Anybody?
life. Ugh.
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
so you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like,
What do you mean you do the same thing, you dumb bitch? You shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear that from you. All of these people fucking drip feed shit. I don't want to hear that from you. Shut the fuck up, cunt.
yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's
All
that's
of
my
you people
intention.
do. All of
yeah,
you
I'm fine with
YouTube
closings
and
if you
fucking
wanna do
Twitch
closings.
Well, I'd also
motherfuckers, they
just-
all do.
if I
All
may
of you
ask a question,
comment
is that permitted?
commentators and
Just
shit
so
like.
I
All
also
you
have
people
clarity,
fucking do this
since
shit.
Your basis has been
All right, you should be
evidentiary,
hung.
you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
If you have nothing to say, well, if you
the
want to say
specific
something,
charge?
it's better off to just
Yeah,
hold
so
it off.
I
It's
think
probably
what I
better off
think
to just
is
hold it
that,
off and not fucking vague post.
Tyler
you know?
Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the case.
it? That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just not following
it
it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should. Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's-
You can really, yeah, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
Yeah,
since you've
yeah,
been
I
following
mean,
the case.
I think
sure.
this is
You
where
name- you
Andrew
name
got
one.
caught
Yeah, he
up.
names
Right,
all
Andrew
7.
got
I'm
caught
happy to
up
do that, but
because,
can you name
I
one?
mean,
I
it
think
does
he's-
seem
I
like
think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can you
I
name
think
all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to
'em.
put your fingers up. I can
Okay,
do
I'll
that.
name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of you. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing.
Jesus. I like how she's looking at PBD saying like, can you stop him from doing this? And it's just like, you're doing this yourself, you dumb bitch. This is your own making. No one should save you from this.
Going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly
By
defined.
the way, obviously he fucking doesn't care. He's making money off of this topic. That's all you people ever do. Talk about a topic and then make money off of it as a podcast.
Just
and
avoiding
because
the
And then you guys somehow get outside sources that tell you information, and then you spout them as, oh yeah, this is my inside source that tell me, and I'm being paid by them, by the way. Are they
a
giving
death
me
sentence.
money
I'm
at
not
one
gonna
point?
answer the question.
And
I'm
they're
just going to
feeding me
recognize that your
information.
strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate.
I
this.
got
Well, I don't
it.
trust
Keep
these
me
people.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an
Can
example
we just get on?
of a very flawed
the
debate
issue is
strategy.
these
I
people
actually
like
wanna-
to, right? These people like to attack each other, right? Because they're at the tail end. So it's like, I mean, this is the time to like air out their grievances, right? I mean, also, I feel like Andrew Wilson is entitled to get his money's worth. I mean, he did pay you $3,000, and you're just being a complete bitch about it, right? Right. Not only were you paid $300,000, but you're also getting more money from your subscribers and your posse too. Are you not? So why can't you just be a good sport and play a little bit? I mean, right? You were fine with playing sport at attacking him, but it's not okay for him to do the same thing to you. Like, come on, what are we doing here? Oh no, rules for thee, but not for me.
and no
one.
time constraint.
Also, I mean, you're you're basically contractually obligated to him. Because you signed a contract for that $300,000 that he gave you, did you not? Maybe you shouldn't have done it then, huh? Maybe the money dollar signs were just played you. I don't know. Fucking dumb whore.
Right.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges, and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violent.
Were you not an a-hole yourself to him? Like, what? Why can't he be an asshole? Like, what? I mean, you were right. It's like, what is this shit?
In front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence.
I mean, murder is just the generality of it. I mean, yeah, you want to be specific about it. Sure, okay, whatever. It's still murder no matter what. At a baseline, it's still murder. Like what? Just because I tacked on another fucking another right word to it. Oh, it's somehow even. It's somehow what we need to look out even more. It's like, no, it's murder. It's still super fucking bad. That's baseline. That's really bad, and you fucking should, take care of that problem, right? That's it.
And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport.
By the way, it's aggravated murder because he did he talked about politics and hating Charlie Kirk's beliefs, and that's why he did the deed, killed him. That's why it's aggravated.
It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty.
I mean, he did say murder. I mean, that is one. I mean, sure he looks like an asshole for not for not knowing the others, but that he told you one. So what? I think people are too sticklery about this shit, but it's just like both people are fucking losers. Both people are living off the internet, right? Manipulating people to give them money to talk about certain topics. Whether they make true or false statements or not, right? These people are still being paid to make these things, right?
To move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up, just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. I'm just wondering. When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
Well,
I'm just curious.
You can literally do that. Here you go.
I don't.
PBD.
What for?
You're the moderator. Take it.
I don't care.
Texted at all.
I don't fucking care.
All right.
About the violent.
I mean,
charges.
they're right. These people's audience may care. I don't fucking care. I just don't.
Or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
up, I'm not
permission
gonna
to go
give
through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Can we?
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
Oh, yeah.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I use. I don't need to pretend
get
to
it.
know.
Jesus,
You just said
fuck.
that you were
Can
gonna
we
ask
another
just
question.
move
Yeah.
on?
Yeah,
Why?
nothing.
I don't.
I don't.
Yeah, do you
Why
have-
does that?
just said-
Honestly, I think Andrew Wilson was just joking, right? Making some, right, poking some fun at her, and then she, and then she was just like, "Fuck, if you want to call me out, I'll let you see it myself." Look, they did this themselves. It's whatever.
That you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so you
questions.
know,
Yeah.
nothing.
I mean, he
Yeah,
do
right.
you
He
have the
wanted
steakhouse
to
receipt?
bring up the
I
question.
have
He
said
wanted to
several
poke
times
at
that
her.
I have never
my
said
problem.
I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he
Right,
then
I mean,
dropped
this
the
is just a
receipt. He redacted
poking
elements of
contest.
it.
Who's
And I
gonna
said,
poke
"Stay tuned.
harder?"
He's the one working on that story.
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said
By
that.
the way, she in a sense she has not brought up any evidence of anything of what she said, right? No evidence whatsoever. All the topics they've talked about, all the crazy conspiracy theories that they've talked about. Yeah, she's given no evidence of any of those conspiracy theories being true. So it's like you're just talking out of your ass.
There's
Well,
a
you don't
receipt.
have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking
that-
you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I
Robinson's.
just want to say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been.
What do you mean? You've been taught. Stop this. You guys are not legal professionals. You guys got into some court battles because you guys said some shit, and now you guys think you're some like legal aficionado or some shit. No, you guys are fucking retarded. You guys are retarded because you got yourselves in that fucking shithole in the fucking first place. Maybe if you didn't say some stupid shit sometimes, you wouldn't have been in that fucking shithole. So stop being fucking retarded.
Been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we
Yeah,
want.
yeah,
We
my
do- we can do
timeline
what
is
we
my
want.
show. Yeah, right. If you want all this information, just watch my show. Yeah, I'll show, I'll show all the evidence. It was not, by the way. It's just a her, right? It's just her on her show, right, with the camera on her, and then she just talks and talks and talks and talks. Saying everything, right, while she has the information in front of, right, while she has printed documents and stuff in front of her saying, yeah, this is all true. This is where my sources got these. I say they must be true, right?
I'm sure, but
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah,
You don't think that falls
and then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is.
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair
information,
enough.
what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being
No,
somebody
you
accessing his, knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets
No,
debunked, I'll remove
you're
it from my
just
personal
right.
timeline that I share on
We're
my
just
That
here to
officer,
try
the
and
first
believe
officer
you
that
by
was up on
just
the
your
roof.
words and
Do
you
you
not
remember his
showing any
Officer
like
Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first
documentation of it. Yeah,
Christopher?
no, sorry.
Christopher.
I need like formal
when
written
Christopher got up
statements
on
and
the
shit.
roof,
I don't.
You
I'm not
going to
believe the shit that's
Oh,
coming
he
out of
talked a
your
lot
mouth.
about that
right?
during the
Yeah,
preliminary
that's
hearing.
camera
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on my, am I allowed to have an opinion?
It's the government.
At this
The
stage,
government
I
brand.
would say that I don't buy his assertion on the
who did
stand
it?
that he
It
didn't
was
check
the
to see
government.
if
The government
anybody
did it.
went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say
Just
strongly
Charlie Kirk's
is
close
that
friends who
his,
planted the rifle
Cam
and
died
and
at
Tyler
just the right time, his
Robinson
body cam died at
specific.
just the right time.
Dude, that's too specific.
that-
Tyler Robinson
You were just
specifically.
grilling me
come
about
on.
whether or not I'd got the merchant receipt
Just,
for a debit card. that kind of makes it difficult.
Right,
that we
just
have sort of
somebody
trust
who
that a screwdriver
already
was found
somehow
and we don't
hated
have
Charlie
any
Kirk.
should be evidence
then,
of a police
right,
body cam. But
said
like I
in
said,
like
you
some
accept that
Discord
stuff, and
messages
then
that
are
he
like,
was gonna
"Did you call the merchant
kill
and
Charlie
get-"
Kirk
It just
because
seems
of
like
his beliefs.
you
No, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline.
the-
I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted to
think
know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait.
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you
hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh, man,
aggravated
that's-
murder versus murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this
Well,
is your official time.
By the way, that only matters to the person who's being charged. Murder's murder. Whether you get charged, whether you get life in prison or fucking hung for it, I don't care. I just want justice to be served. You fucking murdered someone, whether you die or fucking get life in prison, I don't give a fuck. You deserve it. Whether you die in prison of old age, I don't give a fuck. You deserve it because you did that fucking stupid thing you shouldn't have done.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? It would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just
timeline.
don't know what his
What's your
issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have today, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant.
Oh wow,
obviously
you
took
actually
down everything
acted
he
like a
said,
journalist for
noted that
once?
there was in fact a receipt that he
Instead of
pulled.
making fucking crazy
that receipt that was published is real.
right
A
theories
debit card and a credit
and
card was
conjectures
used.
about
If
who
for
murdered
some
Charlie
reason
Kirk.
somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
Because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm gonna.
But you did dream that you're the one who said those statements. Yeah, maybe don't use those statements next time, you fucking dumb bitch.
Keep it there if that's
So
true.
I don't know how this is supposed to be. Look, I don't care who jabs at who. I just want you people to stop being fucking retarded. That's all.
You can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
covered the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
There,
When we set up-
Jesus. Fucking hell. Oh, this was fucking painful. Listen to the fucking bull. Yeah.
For those of you that are all right, we are finally at the end. For those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you still are saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary.
No, I mean, my position has always been.
And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think,
yeah, they're both retarded.
Whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that
I never watched them.
Agreed to sit down and talk live. Others,
I just think they're fucking stupid.
This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them.
I don't know who these people are. Don't care.
Final thoughts.
Don't want to know them
from you as well.
whatsoever.
Inviting me as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. He said, "Can I?"
I mean, the only person who seems fine is Andrew Wilson, but even then,
and so before we wrap up, final thoughts. I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing.
Why would I want to talk to some old guy?
For all of her claims of Patsy,
I have no reason to.
Nothing. Shouldn't have a single
who just
claim,
goes on a
shouldn't have single solid
podcast
piece of evidence. She had no
to
positive
talk to
evidence
ethos and
Israel's
shit.
involved in anything.
Fucking
No
wanna listen
positive
to that
evidence
shit.
that
It sounds
France
like a
is
fucking
involved
headache.
in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else,
yeah, I mean,
was
she
to
is
just
a contradiction
demonstrate one
machine.
thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew,
true.
how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. And it's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Unconvincing.
All you guys did
found
was
the evidence
talk in
convincing.
circles a lot.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that. But there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy. Nothing for any of her conspiracies. Not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show,
well, because
much more likely to be
right, she seems very susceptible to being sued now because she's being sued by the friend. Maybe that's why she's a little PO'd and like making all these conspiracy theories because she made so many fucking claims and she's being attacked from all sides right now. Hey, bitch, this is your own making.
making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion.
I mean, the same with Andrew Wilson,
maybe
right?
We stalemated,
All of this is their own
from
making.
the beginning that you didn't
right?
feel that
They're
you
the
were
ones who
strong
put this shit
the
on
actual facts
themselves.
and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with
This
you.
is
I
what-
wanted to go
this is
over.
why
The
some of them
screwdriver
get
went over
death
the
threats
top of
too,
things that you
apparently.
mentioned, and you wanted to then move the
Because
conversation
they say some crazy shit
into a
that
defense
have
of Erica
no
Kirk and her
bearing in
character,
reality, apparently.
and what I've said about
sometimes.
Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be followed.
Well, you
that
don't care
they
about
take a
this
meeting with
case because
Turning
you're
Point
making a
USA,
ton of money on
and they
it.
come
And you're
out
just making
and suddenly have a lot of junk
you're
to
making
say about Candace Owens.
content
And I
around
do want to also
conspiracy
stress
theories
that
you
Turning Point
believe are
USA
true.
tried to pepper him with something
Because you're
as a
getting
surprise.
fucking
He showed clips that were meant to be a
gangbanged by all
surprise. I did no such
sides.
thing. I stressed
Like
to
what?
PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by
Wait, what do you
engaging
mean?
the evidence of what has happened.
You just took his money because
I
you
do
thought you
still
could
believe
win.
that there's more evidence
And you
which
took his money while
supports
doing it.
that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Penguich receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on.
See,
a
I don't
show that
like
you did right after Charlie
relying
Stasi,
on
that internet
at-home
sleuths would solve this.
investigators too much. I mean,
This is
yeah,
the reason why
sure,
Charlie
you've had some
Laron
good
is
things that
still a
happen
conversation
from,
every single day trending on Twitter.
people looking
I
online.
knew Charlie.
but
I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here.
if
My
they're
heart was
not
in
the
right
sole
place. I think anybody who
people
watches my show or even just
in
watches
the
this debate knows that if I get something wrong,
one
I'll
of the
instantly
two
correct it and
parties
own it.
that are
I'm not arrogant. I
like
don't need
closely
to sit here and
related
pretend
to
that I
the
didn't misspeak on
investigation,
the land
it's
thing.
kind
It
of
hasn't
hard to
been ruled
believe
out.
them.
But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person
unless
is
there's
to
like
concede
actual
when
like
you are wrong,
police
to take something off the
confirmation
timeline when you know it's not right.
or
And I would like to think that that is why I
investigatory
have earned
bodies
the audience that
confirming
continues to
that
follow me
those
because they know my
right,
heart's
you
in
had
the right place.
third-party
That I
people
deeply care
confirming
about
that
Charlie
this
and I deeply
actually
care about the
happened.
answers.
I'm not going
I
to
want
believe
to
it
thank
until
Andrew's team who are
there's
providing the fact
actual
checks. It's a very small
confirmation.
room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip the set. And for
Right,
you,
it's one thing to
PBD,
put
just for
out
being
in the
a great
right
moderator,
in
I
the
think
ether,
very fair, letting us both speak and making sure
right?
that Andrew got out of this what he
opinions
wanted,
and what you
which
think
is a
might
little more
have
than what I
happened.
wanted. But I'm
But
very
it's
content with how I
another
dealt with this.
right.
And I trust. I don't need to
Or
convince the
the
audience
right
of the
for
magic
the
trick of what they
if
need to think about
it's
this
another
debate. They
thing
can
if
watch it and draw their own
they don't
conclusions.
actually become
Beautiful.
true, right?
From both of you, I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much
you
love
keep
and respect
spouting
we have
it
for
out
Charlie
like
Kirk,
gospel,
a great
like
man
those
that's no longer
fucking
here with us. His
like
1
those
year
mega
anniversary is
churches.
coming
Oh,
up here. I
fuck.
can't believe it's that quick this year. The audience, I think you also won. If
Just
you
pay
did,
me money, guys.
Support the Crucible.
Believe
support
in
the Candace Show,
Jesus.
support the PBD podcast. Subscribe to the
We
channel.
will
This is how
heal
you
your
help
wounds
these
with the
voices get out
words
even
of
more,
Christ.
especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions.
The power
And
of
last but not least,
Christ
the two of you, I
compels
respect you guys
thee.
again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully, this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
All right, there it is. That was a headache. Yeah, I'm just gonna download that. Andrew's foot needed a nicotine patch. Oh well, yeah. I mean, yeah, if he's a cigarette smoker, and well, yeah, he kind of wants to go on break every now and then to get a cigarette smoke. It is what it is. Yeah, but, yeah. Patrick Bet David didn't. Yeah, his moderation was kind of like super laxed. Right, he barely moderated. If you want to, really, right? There were some times he would like interject to make sure that right. But yeah, I mean, throughout this whole thing, he was pretty much in the back, you know, just showing information when it needed to be shown, and then right, he was just letting it ride out in a sense. PBD just yeah, at some points it was just like he was looking right, he was looking at them and it was just like, oh shit, something's gonna go down. And then you had Candace Owens at one point just look straight at PBD being like, yo, what is this shit? Can you do something about this? Yeah, they did argue about, right? They did go in circles about a lot of, right? As soon as they started going in circles, PBD should have, right, stopped it and moved on, or at least, right, clarified what was going, right, in that situation. But all right, well, that was the debate.